Welcome to America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Good to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling as we kick off another week of action here. Big weekend to come. We'll preview the Preakness and big news, obviously, with who is out.
Yeah, with Muth getting scratched yesterday with a fever, it changes the complexion of the Preakness quite a bit. He was going to be a heavy favorite in there, and depends how you feel about him. If you felt he was way the horse to beat, you're going to have to find somebody else. And if you felt he was a vulnerable favorite, in all likelihood, you'll be getting a shorter price on whomever you may like.
We're about 5 minutes away from this opener coming up. Muddy, sealed conditions to kick off this card. We're going to look ahead to later today. Race 6, Maiden special weight. 6 furlong sprints, and there's some buzz in this race. Let's start, though, with Treaty Obligation, making career start number 6 for trainer Chad Brown.
Yeah, and this horse, the lukewarm 7-2 favorite, I believe, on the line. It is a Chad Brown horse that's had about 5 chances to break his maiden. In fact, exactly 5 chances and failed. He's only been a short price once, though, in that sequence, and he ran well to be second back at Saratoga behind Maiden, who's not a bad runner for Three Diamonds Farms. He's been gelded since then. He's probably the horse to beat. Chad Brown's numbers off 6 to 12-month layoffs with dirt sprinters in maiden races. He's 10 for 26, a positive ROI. Though this may be a race where first-time starters are very much the story, particularly the 9 Donegal Momentum, who's going out for Donegal Racing, and trainer Tom Morley shows a 45-2 breezing from the gate workout, and there have been stories for a little while this one's a runner. Expect this one to be a little lower than that 9-2 morning line.
Yeah, you had told me off-air backstretch story about someone comparing this horse to a great. We will see. It was very high praise. We'll wait and see.
We've heard those stories before, and you never want to, count your chickens until they're hatched in horse racing. But I think it adds some intrigue to that race. Obviously, with that kind of workout, this horse is going to get a lot of buzz.
That is coming up. Race 6 in our Thursday coverage. Belmont at the Big A. We look forward to that. It's part of the late Pick 5. Pick 6 as well. Let's kick off the card with this race. Maiden special weight as well. Scheduled for the grass. We're off the turf today, obviously, so main track now. 5.5 furlongs, and Wesley Ward with a horse who was 3-5 first time out and did not show up in that debut.
And I'll tell you, it's very hard to watch races at Gulfstream Park, especially at odd distances. It's sort of like the Jackson Pollock of horse racing videos. So I don't know if his head was turned or not. I don't know if anyone can really know. He is a half to a firster that drew the rail in the 6th race, for whatever that's worth.
And Dam was actually 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Short price in the debut, not quite as short, but a short price again for start number 2. Public not scared away. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale for more as we get set to kick off this Thursday card.
Yeah, taking a look at number 1, Delightful Flame. And what I could tell, guys, from that beginning, it was just sloppy. It was just unprepared and tardy getting out of there. And then, she was towards the back early on and not ever really persevered with, not asked for anything either, because a lot of times in those 4.5 sprint races, when you get away like that and you can't even sniff the lead, your chances are over. But looking at her here, I would have been much more intrigued with her being on the turf, to be fair, but because she definitely has a turf hoof and very slack passions, but whatever, that's neither here nor now. And she is one that should be okay of this surface. It is sealed tight. I mean, considering we got most of the rain yesterday and we hadn't run on this track, so they had a tight seal on it. It's been squeegeed out, if you will, aka floated, for today's races. So it's going to be tight and it's going to mimic a turf course. So I'm okay, and that's probably why we have a fairly intact field here. 6 of the 7 staying in. She should be quicker. I think, hopefully she behaves well. She's now drawn towards the rail, but she looks like a horse that should have speed, as she does get John Velasquez aboard this time around. Moving on to number 5, who will be my selection, and a lot of people zoning in on Moonlight Promises too. A Daughter of Promises Fulfilled. He was a very accomplished sprinter, and he won his first 2 starts as a 2-year-old. Now there is a bit more, well, I shouldn't say more actually. The Dam was a turf horse, but this one is a half to Coppertown, an accomplished, kind of sprint to a mile type of distance horse, who went 6 for 19 in his life. She has a size maturity, which I really appreciate when it comes to this time of year with these 2-year-olds. She comes in here fit and professional for Mark Casse, who we've seen be fairly competitive in these types of races earlier on. So I'm going to land on her. I always, respect a Wesley Ward horse, but again, I just like the way Moonlight Promises appears. Now, here's a long shot. Wasn't expecting to like this horse because she has absolutely no pedigree. But number 3, Lucky for You. She is the most physically mature. She's big, brawny. She's really well developed. She's been so professional. She came in nicely on the bridle. She's done everything right out on the racetrack. I don't know if she can run it all, Greg, but at a price, she's one that really caught my eye. Is so well conditioned, heading in here, dappled head to toe, just the picture of health and at least physicality. So we'll see if she can do any running today.
You will get rewarded if she can. 12-1 right now. Second biggest price on the board. Thank you, Maggie, as we get set for this opener coming up. Favoritism now to the 5-horse in here. A lot of people like Moonlight Promises. And, you know, Maggie mentioned a half to Coppertown, who won the 2nd, 3rd, 4th starts of his career with 98, 106, and 101 buyers on dirt.
And he's not the only runner from the dam. There were 3 runners from that dam that were pretty good. 2 were just fair, 1 was bad. So most of her production has been very strong. And as far as Delightful Flame, I understand what Maggie's saying, and obviously I deeply respect her opinion. I thought Paco tried at a certain points with this horse, and I just thought the horse had nothing. Now, that's not to say that she was just not ready, but the thing is, one of the reasons that Wesley Ward is such a short price in his debuts is they're ready to go first time.
That's where he makes his money.
Right, that's what Wesley does. And so for him to start a firster that was so unprofessional, yes, maybe the horse could be more professional second time. I think it's a big black mark. I picked the 5, obviously the favorite right now. So the same things. And I don't know necessarily how the track's going to play, and Maggie's comments about a turf course, but if you think it's turfy, the Sugars has a huge turf pedigree. I'm looking forward to that one, getting on the grass somewhere down the road.
Yeah, Dam was a grade 3 winner in Italy, won a turf start in the U.S. at Saratoga. Only foal to race a 2-time turf winner as well.
80 buyer, 83 buyer. Here's pedigree.
We'll see if it mimics a turf course or not. Muddy, sealed to begin our card. As we're set, let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin to kick things off on this Thursday afternoon in South Ozone Park, New York.
Is in. All set. One rearing up there, Katerina Ristova. Madison Olver standing up behind the gate. Horse did rear up. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please in this first race. Scratch the 6, Katerina Ristova at the gate. On advice of the track veterinarian, scratch the 6 in race 1. Runners are being backed out. Scratch the 6 at the gate.
For another day, and they are going to back everyone out and bring that one back to the barn.
Well, good to see, obviously, protecting the horses. Not sure why they're unloading them, because it was the 6 horse, so that won't affect the load process. And it was, in fact, a long shot first-time starter, and you'll end up with the morning line favorite in your pick 5s, which right now is the number 1 Delightful Flame. You have a couple of seconds here to change your bets if you'd like, as they are unloading them, which is a little surprising. But
so going to reset. Katerina Ristova will go back to the barn of Amira Shishakli, scratch from this debut. With that favoritism, back to the Wesley Ward runner, Delightful Flame for start number 2.
Yeah, I'm going to look at, I'm not sure, they're going to reload them pretty shortly. I'm not sure what happened there.
Took the 6 off the board. I guess they wanted to do their due diligence.
But they don't have to, yeah, right, okay, right, okay. I'm looking to see how heavily that horse is favored, because right now, wow, there is $132 more to win on the 1.
And that may have just changed.
Yeah, I'm going to see. I'll try to let people know after the race, because obviously it does affect things. Right now has $24 more after that. than the number 5.
So it's a toss-up. Delightful Flame, the 1. Moonlight Promises, the first-time starter for Marcassi, the 5. All the money going to these two. There's the Sugars with that interesting turf pedigree, but remaining in the race for John Terranova. 4-1.
Yeah. And they're going to load the number 1 Delightful Flame last, which they did in their initial load. Trying to look to see if those numbers change.
There's the one Maggie was like the appearance of. Not with a ton of pedigree, though. Luck for You, 10-1 on the board, the 3-horse.
And now the 5 has gone to favoritism. I don't have the new numbers. Let's see if I can get them. Nope, they have not shown up on my feed.
4-horse acting up a little bit here, Triple
One's favored
Sweet.
again, so.
And this one going to attract the attention of nearly the entire starting gate crew. Now cooperates and moves in line. Let's go back up to Chris Griffin for the opener.
Moonlight Promises to the outside. Delightful Flame. Is in. All set. And they're off. Delightful Flame broke beautifully from the inside draw, goes right out to the front, is up by a half length. Here comes pressure towards the outside from Moonlight Promises, and the front two get away. They hook up on the front end, and they are 3.5 lengths in front already of the Sugars, who's alone in third. Further back comes Triple Sweet, second to last, and far back early will be Luck for You as the two favorites are up top. To the inside, it's Delightful Flame off the rail, and just towards the outside is Moonlight Promises in pursuit. Is still about a half length back as Delightful Flame is doing it nicely for John Velasquez. 22.44 for the opening quarter mile. It is Delightful Flame doing it well, is approaching the top of the stretch, is well off the rail. Moonlight Promises continues to chase, but is losing some ground as Delightful Flame is trying to get away, and Delightful Flame now opens up her stride. It's Delightful Flame approaching a final furlong, now 2.5, 3 in front, and pouring it on late. It's far back to the rest. Delightful Flame is going to draw away and win this one well in the center of the racetrack and will canter home inside the final 16th. It's all Delightful Flame to win the opener. Delightful Flame will win the opener. Moonlight Promises second. Triple Sweet up for third. The Sugars and Luck for You in 1 minute 5.31 seconds.
Delightful Flame, much better break, much more professional here in start number 2, and easily gets the win.
Yes, absolutely. The break told the story. This one broke like a shot. The number 5 Moonlight Promises just a step slow, really changed the complexion of the race. And when you're chasing in those situations, this kind of track, I think you're going to see the winner drift a little bit here. I don't know if the 5 took a weird step or the 1 sort of got in her way or a little spooked. Probably some combination of just being a first-time starter, but the winner was much the best and you're able to control from the front. Guess her first race was meaningless. It would have been nice if you could have really seen it.
3-2, but not the favorite. The Wesley Ward filly making the second career start. Delightful Flame with John Velasquez aboard. And well in hand at that point. Race was over. Easy time of things. 1:54 finish to kick things off on our Thursday card here. Belmont at the Big A.
And the favorite was the 5, by the way. I think the favorite by a couple $100, so. No, by much more than that, by about $680.
They rarely don't break well from this barn. And Wesley, whatever did go wrong first time out, sorted it out here for start number 2.
Absolutely. Much different horse. Much more professional.
John Velasquez aboard for Wesley Ward and Familiar Silks that have a Kentucky Derby. John Oxley of Monarchos fame. We're going to take a timeout. Speaking of the Triple Crown, will the dream remain alive for the Kentucky Derby winner, Mystic Dan? As we move to the middle jewel of the Triple Crown in Baltimore and the Preakness, we'll talk about his chances on Saturday when we come back.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Path
boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. Wesley Ward, WW Johnny V. For John Oxley, Delightful Flame. Things went a lot better, especially from the start here in this second time out.
Yeah, this was the horse that people that took a short price in this horse first time out expected that day, and it went all awry, but a very different horse today, and able to control on a track that perhaps will be speed favoring, but a little early to make that determination.
Well, if you're patient, you got a better price. Was beat at 3-5 first time out. This time second choice at 3-2. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with John Velasquez. And Johnny, talk a little bit about this, Phil. You didn't ride her first time out, but we had the kind of mishap at the gate. But she's the one, even though she's in the one hole, she had to go in last. What was the thinking behind that?
Well, talking to Wesley, actually, he texted me last week when the nominations came out, actually the overnight came out, and he told me that, make sure you tell the gate guys in there that maybe loaded last. She gets really nervous in there, so I don't want her to be there too long, and then she'll do something bad. I got to talk to Hector before the race, and Wesley had talked to him. They loaded last, but she was perfect in there, though. And then the other one reacted in the outside, and she was really fine there. She was really good. And then we backed out of there. We were back into the gate. She behaves really well. So I know Wesley's cooled her plenty of time, so she was ready today, yeah.
She really was, and she looked like a filly that should be quick. She didn't prove it first time, but she definitely did today. How important is it? You've ridden countless 2-year-olds in your day to just get a good break and be the one in front.
Especially the babies, though. Even if you break well with not much dirt, hit them in the face, so that way they don't get discouraged right away. It's very important for the babies. It's very rare that the baby breaks really bad and get all the dirt and come running, though. You have to be really good to do that, though. But no, she broke really well. Just let her do whatever she wanted to do, and around the turn, kind of keep her mind in business. She just bring green. Even though she run the first time. Today she kind of looking around the turn, and I had to remind her again, hey, stay focused.
Do you use your voice? Do you use your voice, Mark?
I do. I give her a little hey. A little touch, on the shoulders just to get her mind and running. And down the lane, she's kind of cruising along pretty good. So I was pretty happy with that.
I know when their ears are going back and forth like hers were toward the line, they're doing it easy. Well, congratulations here, Johnny. Glad everything went well at the gate and resulted in a big win for Delightful Flame.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Always a pleasure to catch up with the Hall of Famer, John Velasquez. Great insights there on what the gate situation was, Greg.
One of the best to ever do it in the sport, and one of the most respected in this sport as well.
Got this filly out of the gate pretty quickly, and this race was over at the start.
It was at a short price. Wesley Ward, John Oxley, and Johnny V kicked things off on this Thursday card. Let's take a look at what else is ahead as we're just getting underway here on our Thursday coverage on America's Day at the Races. Lot still to come on Preakness weekend. Muddy and sealed. We're muddy and sealed and off the turf today, so we'll correct that for you. Race 2 kicks off the early pick 4. Got a pick 6 and a late pick 5 to come as well. You can play it all by getting signed up. Started with Nauer Bets. Bet any track, anytime, anywhere. $200 deposit match. New customer bonus. That is the offer with that code right there. Punch that in. It's yours. Match 200 at sign up. Again, right there at nairabets.com. We touched on it briefly, top of the show. Preakness, middle jewel of this Triple Crown with a big change. Really changes this race with the horse who would have been the favorite for Bob Baffert, who's won a record 8 Preakness victories with Muth coming out.
Yeah, it's a shame, obviously, being pointed here, not able to run for the obvious reasons in the Kentucky Derby, a race he would have been one of the favorites, though the way the race was run probably would have been run in a favorable manner for him, being that he is a forwardly placed horse. Now, he doesn't have the speed of his stablemate, who's still running, Imaginary, but fortunately Muth won't play, and hopefully his fever comes down quickly, and we'll see him in the Belmont Stakes.
103-degree temperature. Baffert said he got a call from his assistant, Jimmy Barnes, 5 a.m. on Wednesday. Says when he gets a call that early, it's never good. And that was the case. We'll talk about the other Baffert horse, though, in a minute. Our ABR race of the week, it is the Preakness, middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Mystic Dan will try and keep things going. Look, even connections to Mystic Dan. Kenny McPeak, disappointed Muth coming out. Everybody wants the best to be in there.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. That's a lie.
Okay.
They're not annoyed that Muth is out. They're happy that
Maybe
Muth
not.
is out. You know what? I don't blame them. That's just being diplomatic.
And a lot of people have talked about this incredible trip, and it was an incredible ride from Brian Hernandez Jr. Forever Young, Sierra Leone, they were so much wider, they covered more ground, but he ran very good, didn't he?
He did, and Sierra Leone saved ground in the first turn. I think actually Forever Young lost a lot more ground than either one of them.
39 more feet.
But what I think that is being missed is that this was a race where the pace completely and totally incinerated, including the favorite Fierceness. And Mystic Dan was far closer to the pace than either Forever Young or Sierra Leone. So he ran against race dynamics, not severely, but enough to say that to just say this is a fortunate win because of a great ride and trip is not to give him his due. But I do think that Mystic Dan is a horse that does his best running when he's able to get an inside trip. Now, he has enough speed to clear the inside. The 3 horses now inside of him with Muth coming out. So if Brian Hernandez gets this guy to the rail on the first turn, he's going to be tough. And I think he has a very big chance to be heading to Saratoga to win the Triple Crown. I just also think he's going to be a very, very short price. So for that reason, I'm playing against him.
Yeah, no question. With Muth coming out and just so much more attention is going to be on this horse now. But you can count on one thing, that this rider is going to have this horse in the right position to try and win this race.
No, and I think that a lot of people in the game are happy to see Brian Hernandez getting his just due. He's somebody, we've talked about him quite a bit in this show. He doesn't ride the big horses in the way a lot of other people do. So he's not really getting the opportunities necessarily to get the attention of top riders. But he consistently rides extremely well, and as evidenced by his ride on Mystic Dan, he's not afraid to take a chance if he has to get his horse home. And it's nice to see a guy who rides consistently well on the fringes getting attention in the mainstream.
And just quickly, the other Baffert horse, that's Imagination, outside post in this spot. Baffert had said he's an improving horse. He needs to be an improving horse, but he'd been working very well against Muth in the morning.
Sounds like trainer speak to me. He's going to have to improve, as you said. I know he looks pretty good if you just look by his speed figures, his buyer figures, but in my opinion, if you look at a lot of the horses he's run against, the competition doesn't really hold up. Now, he's the speed, but you have to think that Seize the Gray, who ran the race of his life when he upset the Pate Mile, being right on top of an extremely fast pace going a mile, knowing Wayne Lucas and his lack of fear of being a speed horse, he's going to go as well, and Imagination's a speed, so I think the two of them will be forward in here. I didn't like Imagination, and also without Muth, isn't he going to take all of that Baffert money?
It would appear so. And I know Muth comes out, but you still have another Baffert horse, and all these big-name barns are showing up. Baffert's here, Brad Cox, Kenny McPeak, D. Wayne Lucas.
The only trainer that's absent is Todd Pletcher, who has this horrendous career record in the Preakness. He fires his bullets in the Kentucky Derby, but very rarely does he have anything left over for the Preakness.
Looking forward to it. We're going to have a lot more discussion on the Preakness in the next couple of days as we get set for a big afternoon in Baltimore on Saturday. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to look ahead to the Saturday card, Grade 3 Vagrancy. We'll get to in a moment. Race 2, though, kicks off this early pick 4 and 6 furlongs. New York bred. Entry level allowance, Volus. Huge performance last time out, career best. Can she back it up, this 5-year-old mare? We'll talk more about it when we return. Vagrancy. Hot fudge for Linda Rice. 8 for 14 record, 6 for 8 on this surface. But trying to turn around from a 5th place effort last time out. We'll have a preview when we come back.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
But Sky Beauty is coming on. Off the turn and into the stretch. Alley's Conquest, a stern test here from Sky Beauty, and Sky Beauty goes right on by. Alley's Conquest offered only mild resistance, and Sky Beauty rolls once again here at Belmont Park. Absolutely unbeatable. A flawless performance to keep her flawless Belmont record intact. Sky Beauty does it again.
Repeat winner of the Vagrancy in 1995, 9-time Grade 1 winner, had a 10th taken away via DQ.
Just been away.
What a performer for Alan Jerkins.
I think she won by 10. I could be wrong. I think she won by 10 and got taken down. She was tremendous. She was absolutely tremendous and an incredible favorite here in, it was only a mile length and 3/4. An incredible favorite here in New York. I'm going to look at her. There was a race, I think it was her next race after this in the Shoe V, where I idiotically singled her at 1-5 in the Shoe V and didn't use inside information. Inside information in the pick 6 paid $15,000. Not that I still remember it, and I'm still bitter about
those losses
my
sting,
incredible
don't they?
stupidity. I didn't even put that much money into it, so doubling wouldn't even cost that much. Moron. I'm still bitter. She was a great one.
In this sport, there's nothing like it. This year's edition of the Vagrancy talked about one of the runners going to break, Hot Fudge, who is going to be lining up against Big Pond right next door for Belmont. Big Pond, a couple starts back out on the West Coast, had a stakes win in the Spring Fever.
Yeah, and, you know, Big Pond had lost by a nose in what was not a particularly strong running of the La Brea this year. Last time out, she did have some trouble running against the big girls and Alva Star and Vava in the Madison, the Grade 1 at Keeneland. I'm not sold. I think she's dangerous. She switches barns to Bill Mott. Of course, her owner, George Krikorian, who owns Just FYI, is making the switch, not a private purchase. And I'm glad to see her here in the East Coast, and I think she may in some ways be the horse to beat. But I'm not totally sold on her. I thought this was a very tricky race, and I'm a little worried that Hot Fudge, and this is two back, might have run her better races earlier, and maybe she's on the other side of her best form.
She'd won 5 in a row, and then she gets beat in the Grade 3 Distaff, where she had a little bobble at the beginning of that race. Still was able to make the front that day, but then wound up 5th as the beaten favorite. This obviously when things were going good.
Yeah, but from the rail, she's going to be forced to sort of make some decisions, because while I think Begin has speed on the outside, I also think Leave No Trace is going to be aggressive, because she was able to come back to her good form where she won the Grade 1 Spinaway and was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies a couple of years ago. She finally refound that good form last time and did it being aggressive, so I think you'll see her leave as well. And while I think Begin is dangerous and always been a fan, one thing I noticed about the 6 Begin, she's never won a race rating, Greg.
Gotta think they have to be aggressive.
They have to be.
Yeah.
How aggressive is Leave No Trace going to be?
That is coming up on our Saturday coverage. Let's get back to today's action. Post-parade in progress. Race number 2. We're just 3 minutes away. Here's a look at the 4 at 7-2. Foxy Cara, who just missed, well, was just behind, I should say, Newsly.
Who's now favored, like the double.
Wow. Gonna go back and forth here. Valouz, we talked about going to break, was 4-5. Even money favorite now.
So if you watch
Off a win.
If you watch the first race, do you start to worry that speed's going to be very tough, or was it just first-time starters, the best horse won?
Here's Valouz. Romero, Mirage, Rudy, Rodriguez. Can she back it up?
Romero is not only the best-looking Mirage, he's also an aggressive rider, but this horse just doesn't have the speed.
Speed with perpetual praise, but probably not as quick as the favorite.
That's the thing. We don't think she's fast enough to keep up with the number 6 Newsly, but she's the only one that could get in her way.
Can you make a case at all for Big Hazel?
Yes, if she runs the race she ran on June 25th, she'll win this race. If she runs any of her other races, she has no chance. She must really annoy Dave Dunk.
Foxy Cara, 3rd, beat less than a length, and she was just behind Newsly last out.
She is improving, but she may not get the pace to close into like last time.
And Newsly looks to control, and she got beat by her more talented stablemate last time out, not by much.
In my opinion, it's insane that she's not favored, though she's favored in doubles, because she's supposed to be the controlling speed and has taken a couple of very tough beats, and she just doesn't rate to face the kind of pace pressure she's faced in her last 2 starts.
Minute to post. Here at the start of this pick 4, let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, and let's kind of talk about the possibility that this track is favoring horses that are going to be on the lead, because there's 2 things going on here. One is the fact that we have a wet track and it's on its way to drying out, and that's often when we'll see, you know, the rail or just a track carrying horses. Other thing is the wind. It is windy. I mean, we are seeing, I would say, 30-mile-per-hour gusts here, and the horses, for the most part, are running into that headwind down the backside, and so they have a tailwind when coming home here. So we'll see how things play out, but let's discuss the 2 horses that are likely speeds. One of them is 8-1 on number 2, Perpetual Praise. Now, I don't particularly like her. I mean, I think when she's won her races, the track has been in her favor, so maybe, again, it'll be this. But I'll also say this is one of the more relaxed, best time she's moved, moving very freely out there on the track, really well conditioned here for Ray Handel, and now she's kind of led a more comprehensive campaign. I know those races, the 4 that she's had since coming back here in 2024, have been on the slower side, but I just really thought she was doing better than what I've seen from her in the past. Now, the other speed horse is Newsly, and I've never seen her before, but as she's kind of second off that bit of a layoff, very nervous. I mean, I'm sure she's usually like this because they knew to saddle her outside and on the walk. She's washed out. It's not warm. She doesn't make the greatest impression out of short price. But even though I haven't seen her, I'm tempted to say, Greg, that this is how she normally is. And all of that has just pushed me towards number 1, Valoose, who I know she's no world beater, but this is by far the best she has ever appeared before a race. And I feel like Rudy Rodriguez is striking when the iron's hot, when he has her in good form, and she's not facing a particularly tough field.
Even money. I'm surprised by this. Probably going to change maybe when the gates open, but to get 8-5 on Newsley in here?
It's in my opinion, a little bit wacky, to be honest. Now, there's CAW money in the double pools. It doesn't exist in the win pools. They're very separate pools now. I think the smart money has made this horse the favorite, and I believe she's the horse to beat in here. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, and maybe there's something to be said for what Maggie's saying. Maybe she doesn't always look that way, and maybe that has something to do with the money, but this is very strange. Newsley, in both of our opinion, is the horse to catch and the horse to beat.
Speed of the speed. Jose Gomez on board, last in line. Pick 4 starts here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Hopping in the air at the start was Foxy Kara, the early trailer. Newsley's got speed, so does Perpetual Praise. They're a 1-2, and hard scent was Newsley from the outside draw, wants to cross over and now having to steady. That's Perpetual Praise, who's back there in second, who moves right towards the outside into the 2 path. The leader is Newsley. It's Newsley who's in front, is up by a length. Perpetual Praise towards the outside, now stalks this pace setter as they move into the far turn. 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. 4 lengths back in third comes Valoose, who's alone in that third position, trying to keep up his Big Hazel, is losing some ground. The trailer, after the start, Foxy Kara. 8 lengths last. The leader is Newsley. 7-5 on Newsley is only a neck in front. Here comes the run from Perpetual Praise, is looming up on the outside, and Valoose at even money is right in behind the duo and tips towards the outside as they reach the top of the stretch. 46.33, the half-mile time. Perpetual Praise comes to challenge Newsley for the lead. Valoose is up on the grandstand side with all the momentum, and here comes the run from off the pace for Valoose, and Valoose is now pushed on by Newsley and Perpetual Praise. They battle on inside the final 16th. It's Valoose who's in front and drawing away late. Valoose, Romero Mirage. They'll get the score. Valoose wins it. Newsley battles back for second. Perpetual Praise. Then came Foxy Kara and Big Hazel in 1 minute 11.57 seconds.
Valoose, 5-year-old mare, backs up a career best performance back on April 7th, now with a back-to-back victory.
Got a perfect trip and able to get it done, and this was not the Newsley we've seen from the last 2 starts, and whether it was the muddy sealed track, or maybe it has a lot to do with what Maggie said about how she actually looked today, because she wasn't bet like she was supposed to be. She was supposed to be favored in this race. I don't think it's reasonable to even possibly believe the one could be favored in here. It's almost like they knew, because even though she got second, this is not the Newsley we saw in the last 2 races, but it was a good effort by Valoose, who clearly is improving for Rudy Rodriguez.
Romero Mirage for Rudy Rodriguez, La Marca stable. Rudy owns part of this 5-year-old mare as well. 4th career victory, but the last couple of starts, she's been different than the prior 16 starts of her career.
Yeah, this is an improved horse, a horse that basically ran the turf early in her career, but she's turning into an acceptable dirt horse, though she got a good trip in here. And, you know, the fact that Perpetual Praise was not only able to stalk, and I thought it was misleading to say that she steadied, the rider was obviously taking her back and didn't want to engage Newsley on the inside, and he was letting that one go, to be honest with you. As far as Newsley, just not as good a race, in my opinion, as she ran in her last 2 starts.
1-6-2-4, even money favorite. Starts off this early pick 4. We'll have the prices when we come back. Stick with us. Plenty more to talk about this weekend. 8 Preakness wins, but he won't have 2 chances on Saturday. Down to 1 with Muth coming out. It's up to Imagination for Baffert, and he'll have Frankie Dettori on board.
National treasure.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all, including the Preakness, rest of the Triple Crown, and beyond at Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, get signed up. Started. Race 2 in the books with the even money favorite, Volu's Rudy Rodriguez, Romero Mirage. Back-to-back wins now for this 5-year-old mare.
Yeah, she's obviously in new form here and ran another good race here. No problem with the wet track and no problem rating, and actually got very good position. One thing Romero is extremely good at is getting position. He is not a rider that is afraid to be aggressive, and that is really paying off for him, and hopefully it's going to pay off in some better mounts.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with the man of the hour, Romero Mirage. And Romero, this race, you know, you could kind of play it out on paper. There were 2 speeds. Did it kind of play out exactly like you were hoping and wanting?
Yes, it did. The 2 speeds went at it, and I got to just get out of there. I didn't have to overrush her. I didn't have to take her back. We just found her position naturally, and she was just cruising. I just waited till, you know, we straightened up to tip out and switch leads and let her roll.
You've gone back-to-back with her, finding yourself to the winner's circle. Talk a little bit about, because I thought that she looked better than ever today. Is she really thriving at the moment?
Yes, the final kick that she gave me was actually phenomenal. The race prior to when I won on her, when she ran, she kind of hung a bit, but the last 2 races she really kicked on, and today even more, she kicked on and galloped out great, so that's a great sign that she's really improving. Rudy's done a really great job with her.
Romero, talk to us about the conditions. It's really windy with some gusts out there. What's it like riding in these races?
To be honest, when you're out on the track, the best thing that you try to do is just protect yourself, everyone around you, but it doesn't really change too much because when you're riding on a regular basis, there's always a lot of wind. You know, you always have to keep your balance. So I feel like it's almost the same thing. You just go out there and try to ride the race to the best of your ability, and if the track condition changes, that you change your strategy or whatever it may be to that nature. But riding-wise, I think it's just play it the same. You know, you just go out there and have fun.
Now, we joke a lot about your cousin Rajiv, that you were coming to take his job. Do you think not having the Jamaican accent is an advantage or disadvantage for you?
I have both. I have a Jamaican accent and I was raised in Florida, so that's fine. I mean, and I am far better looking. In fact, his wife Angie had a crush on me since I was 4 years old, so that's fine. Ever since I was 4, she said I was always cute. So Raj can say whatever he wants. She already said that I'm better looking than him.
Raj, watch out. Coming for your job, coming for your wife. We kid. But Romero, well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, Becky. I appreciate it.
Oh, always fun to catch up with Romero, guys.
He's better looking. He's way funnier, as we see now.
He's smarter. And you know what? He doesn't fake the accent like Raj.
And now that I think about it,
you know,
did we properly audition Rajiv? Should we have his
the difference
on?
is that one of them has a job, actually, currently. The other one, we did it actually as a favor to Angie, so he wouldn't be around annoying her all the time.
We love them both. Great addition to the team. Romero's, we're starting to say his name a lot more on the show, too.
Yeah, he's been riding well all year. He just has to get the opportunities, and he's a lot of fun, which I like, which Rajiv is as well. And now I'm going to text him and make sure he knows how much his cousin is abusing him on the air.
Can we please, get that clip, send it to Rajiv immediately. Have our research department get on that right now.
I think, maybe the first thing poll we should have for Ask Rajiv is we should have a poll. Who people think is the better-looking Mirage?
I don't think he wants to post that one.
I know he doesn't.
Third, Belmont of the Big A. It kicks off the pick 6 coming up on this muddy, sealed track off the turf today. 1 mile, New York Preds, Maiden special weight. And Linda Rice will try and stretch out. Mama's Got a Gun, start number 2.
I picked this one, and she was the morning line favorite, so I should have been warned. I did not think she'd be that short a price. She is a pretty strong favorite in the doubles. We'll see if that holds up.
All right, more on this third race in a moment. Middle Jewel coming up Saturday from Baltimore. Have you been to that infield, right?
Oh, I've been on the infield. I've never gone to the concert area.
You survived it, though.
No. Well, no. Where I was put a couple times with some friends, we were. It was hard. They put the owners of the horse and the Preakness in a tent in the infield for lunch.
Oh, so you didn't go with the main
and
general
literally
population.
the bass was booming so loud nobody in the tent could hear. The average age of the tent was not young. I've been in the backyard once after the races on Friday.
It is chaos.
Yeah, not my. Well, you were involved in the run of the toilets. I saw you in one of the videos.
I went into that infield. I didn't know if I'd make it out. It is the wildest party I've ever seen in my life. ABR Race of the Week second jewel of this Triple Crown and the Preakness. The big news, Muth coming out, obviously. Mystic Dan trying to keep this Triple Crown dream alive. And with no Muth for Baffert, he still has Imagination, who is an improving horse and needs to be with what he's done so far. But this is a horse who's put up some big performances.
If you like him, you're just betting any Baffert horse being run, in my opinion. And listen, I didn't like the winner last year, National Treasure, and arguably he improved in the Preakness. Now he's improved substantially as a racehorse since then. But this is a bit of a tougher Preakness than National Treasure was in last year. And I know a lot of people thought Stronghold ran well in the Derby. I'm not one of them. He ran better than a lot of horses did in there, but he was a bad sixth. He didn't really run very well, and he ran a much lower buyer figure. Looking up the horse's Imagination is run against, I don't think he fits with this field. He's the speed. We'll see how aggressive Seize the Grey is, and I think Seize the Grey is going to have a lot to do with a lot of things about the result of this race. But Imagination, in my opinion, is for Baffert fans. Now listen, Baffert fans have cashed a lot in races, so who am I to tell them they're dumb?
He's done okay in the Preakness. 8-time winner. That is a record in the Preakness for Bob Baffert. He had National Treasure just last year. Went to the front. That was a brilliant ride, too, from John Velasquez. Justify, American Pharaoh, part of those Triple Crown runs. Not to mention some other pretty big names in there. I think the name on that list you look at, how did he not win the Triple Crown? Point Given, who lost in the Kentucky Derby.
But it shows how difficult the Triple Crown is. You've got to show up in all three races, and it's particularly tough in the Kentucky Derby. But it also shows how well Bob Baffert has done with horses that have run the Kentucky Derby coming back in their subsequent starts. Looking at Lucky Disappointing in the Derby, he ran a better race. Bob Baffert knows how to win big races and big route races on the dirt better than any trainer in this country. And if you doubt his skills as a dirt trainer, you're making a very big mistake.
Can we go from the Big Easy to Baltimore? That's the plan for Tuscan Gold, one of two coming out of the Grade 2 Louisiana Derby, including the winner of that race, Catching Freedom. What'd you think of his Derby?
Catching Freedom?
Yeah.
I thought he ran okay. You could argue he was shuffled a little early. If you think he was, I think it helped him by being farther back. He got a great trip from Flavia Pratt after that. I don't think he ran better than Tuscan Gold in this race in victory because he saved ground and made the last move in a race that fell apart. Now, he and Anna Marie may have been two of the best horses, so maybe that's why they ran 1-2, and he waited while Anna Marie made that first move, and the last move was the right move. As far as Tuscan Gold, it's like he wasn't keeping up around the turn. Antiquarian, who won her Peter Pan, went by him, and he re-rallied. And it suggests to me that maybe he didn't want to be quite as forward as he was as it ultimately played out. And he was also 3 and 4 wide the entire way around the racetrack, losing a lot of ground, while the first two finishers saved ground almost the entire run of the race. So he covered a lot more territory with them and was closer to a pace that was falling apart a little bit. And he's making his fourth start. And we saw what Chad Brown did with early voting and Cloud Computing, making their fourth start in this race.
Well, off that win for Catching Freedom. Fourth, beat less than 2 lengths in the Kentucky Derby. Now going to contest this second leg of the Triple Crown for Brad Cox, son of Constitution. Pratt will be back aboard.
And listen, he's apparently doing well down there, and Brad Cox running him is certainly a vote of confidence. How much it was his decision or a Connections, I'm sure Brad has to check in. He's not afraid to tell us Connections we're not running in here. He's a nice horse. I don't want to knock him. Will he get enough pace to run into?
Now, the horse he beat in the Big Easy that we just showed you that race, I guess he's the upside horse of this race, isn't he?
Yeah, I like this horse's chances quite a bit in here. As I said before, I like his last race, and while I respect Catching Freedom and he has more accomplishments than Tuscan Gold, I think Tuscan Gold has significantly more upside. As I said, he's the kind of horse I want to bet out of the Louisiana Derby more than I want to bet Catching Freedom.
His second time out, his 3-year-old debut, that's when he broke his maiden. Did that at Gulfstream, and then that third place finish in his debut in Graded Stakes company. And Chad Brown's had pretty good success passing on the Derby and waiting for this race.
Yeah, no, he's had incredible success doing it, and he's been able to be patient. And in the cases of early voting and Cloud Computing, unlike Tuscan Gold, he had the points to run the Derby, and he and the Connections decided they would wait for the Preakness, and it paid off. Good Magic arguably was unlucky against Justify. He'd run a decent second to him, though he was clearly second best in the Derby. I believe if Good Magic had drawn outside of Justify that day, he wouldn't have had to force the pace from the inside. I think he would have won that Preakness. Clearly the least impressive of Justify's 6 wins. So Chad Brown has had horses run in this Preakness and run very well. And of course, he narrowly missed last year with Blazing Sevens, and this is a better horse than Blazing Sevens.
Thanks to an incredible ride that really compromised Blazing Sevens out of the gate, too, from John Velasquez with National Treasure.
Yep, no question.
Dwayne Lucas we'll get to. He has a couple of very interesting long shots in the race. Sees the gray, Just Steel. You can play it all. Preakness, today's card here, Belmont at the Big A, all meet long. Saratoga at the Belmont. Belmont at Saratoga, excuse me, I had that backwards. By getting signed up at Naira Bets, match 200. Promo code to use for new members at sign up. Go to nairabets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Third race kicks off the pick 6 on our Thursday card. New York Preds in this maiden special weight 1-turn mile. And the 5-2 favorite Linda Rice, second time out. Mama's Got a Gun. Gun runner filly who will stretch out for start number 2. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And Greg, let's begin here in the paddock with a first-time starter, and that is number 3 in here, Devil's Arrow, a daughter of Arrowgate, who sold just for the 70,000. She didn't work particularly fast, you know, over a year ago, but I watched it, and I liked the way that she traveled. Obviously, debuting here at a mile can be tough, but this is exactly what she needs to do. She needs this, if not more distance, moving forward. She's your typical Arrowgate, not to mention the color, that steel gray, but also just tall, long, lanky, has a lot of leg to her. And she comes in here looking incredibly fit, well-prepared, and professional. She is wearing front wraps, though, for this debut, is quite settled. So, again, with that kind of disposition coupled with her physical makeup, I'm not sure exactly how much speed we'll get from her, but I think she's a very intriguing option. As we'll move on to the inside favored runner, number 1, Mama's Gotta Run. She broke fine, and then she just wasn't as quick into stride as some of the others. And then she got fairly green when being confronted with the kickback early on in that race. She did close a little bit late, and Lake Abenaki has come back to win, but a little bit on the slower side, though she did defeat 1-4 Mulkey that day. Stretching out in distance, she is a daughter of Gunrunner. She looks as though she should be A-okay with the added ground. I just wish, at a short price, that she looked a bit more fit than what she does. I wasn't in the paddock for her debut, so I don't have a reference point. But again, just wishing she was a little bit more tucked up. As we'll move on to some other stretch outs in here. Number 4, Focus Pocus, returned to the races, and I thought she ran fairly well. I understand what Kendrick was trying to do that day. She broke a touch slow, then she kind of went up to track the pace, and then there was an opening on the rail about at the 5/16 pole, and he pushed her through there. And unfortunately, coming off of a layoff, she just didn't have enough stamina to sustain it. But I've always thought that this filly is one that should appreciate more ground. Very fit in here. She's always very laid back. I think she is incredibly dangerous in this spot at 7-2. Number 7 is Better Be Smart. I like the addition of the blinkers, because watching her last race, she kind of looked to be watching the other horses. If you watch the head-on, she kind of, when the horses come to her, she kind of moves away from them, and she's a little bit all over the track, wondering a bit. So I like the addition of the equipment, and obviously she could play out to be the speed in here, stretching out. But I don't particularly like her stretching out. I know there's pedigree to say that she can, but looking at her physically, she's very compact. She's got that sprinter frame through and through. We'll see how she performs here, getting out to a mile in her third start, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Back to the favorite. 5-2. You're an Aerosmith fan, I take it.
Not really. Why? Is that an Aerosmith song? Mama's Got a Gun?
It's not quite Mama's Got a Gun.
Oh, okay.
But it's close. 5-2, I was kidding.
I got nothing against Aerosmith. I had a good friend in college that was a stalker of Joe Perry.
Okay.
Linda
Rice,
probably been arrested for it by now.
Pretty good at this maneuver, stretching out.
Yeah, as you can see, 7 for 28 stretching horses out in the dirt. Maidens in their second starts, 267 ROI, suggesting they're paying over $10, getting it done a quarter of the time. Overall, stretching out in the dirt with Maidens, she's winning at 24% with a positive ROI. She does this and does it well. On the other hand, 5-2 is a little short for me. I was hoping for a slightly better price.
I'll get to the post parade in a moment. It's Janie's Got a Gun, the Aerosmith song.
Oh, okay.
Not Mama. Start number 2, 6 furlongs to a mile, and we'll see if Mama's Got a Gun is up to the task here.
And we'll see if she has more speed today. Now, obviously, the speed has got to be Pocus in this race, who we'll see if she can get the mile, and was a very disappointing loser last time. She looked like it blew by the horse that beat her. It was a firster for Clement that came back and got her, and I think stamina is a significant question for her.
There's Happy Smile, Dylan Davis. One of 2 in the race for Charlie Baker. He's got the 7 as well, who's much more highly regarded on the board at 5-1.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. I know you like Better Be Smart. We'll see. I didn't love the horse's efforts, but I won't be surprised by a lot of horses in this race. I think the first-time star, Devil's Arrow, has to be respected. Jonathan Thomas comes here with live horses. On the other hand, when they're live, they're bet. And right now, this horse is a little lukewarm at 4-1.
Dan was a sister to a Grade 1 winner, Awesome Humor, for Devil's Arrow, the 3. As they come onto the track. So here's Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice, Lady Sheila Stable Silks, Mama's Got a Gun.
Yeah, we'll have to run better, obviously, than first time out. And just a lot of time, Linda's horses just need that first race.
Happy Smile went by for Charlie Baker, moving to his barn. Here's the first-timer, Devil's Arrow.
You mentioned the pedigree with this one. Worked a 2-year-old sale, a very unimpressive work a year ago, 21-4 for 2 furlongs.
You talked about the speed of Focus Pocus. Here's Kendrick.
Kendrick's going to try to wire the field. Can this horse handle the distance?
4-1 next toward top of the table. Just missed at a mile at this level last start.
And I think you want to see how this one does, because the horse that beat her in a photo will take some money, call her bluff off the turf in the 7th race today.
Turf, back to dirt, troubled luck.
Taking absolutely no money, and with good reason, just looks a little too slow.
The other Charlie Baker horse, 2 sprints and now stretching out to a mile. Better Be Smart.
Yeah, you like her more than I do. I thought she'd have to improve, but she's a square price if you like her.
Blinkers go on today's career start number 3, and then Pinstripe Pizzo. Horacio de Paz, Ramon Vasquez, 32-1.
Yeah, seems to be more of a turf horse. The dirt races are a disaster. Why is this horse, by the way, a bigger price, a shorter price than the 6? I know it's close, but at least the 6 has picked up her feet on the dirt. This one, it hasn't picked up her feet, but they like to misbet off based on different surfaces.
4 minutes of post here in the 3rd. It kicks off the pick 6 on our Thursday card. Here on America's Day at the Races, this one remains the favorite. Mama's Got a Gun, stretching out to a mile for start number 2. Trainer Linda Rice coming up.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023, with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Foaling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. America's Day at the Races, Thursday card from Belmont at the Big A. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. 2 minutes to post in a race that's going to kick off this Thursday pick 6, and here is the one to catch on the front end. Focus Pocus, 3 career starts, and now we'll stretch out to a mile, and everyone's going to be looking at this horse in front.
Yeah, for sure, but it's hard to be confident. I mean, this horse had a huge lead at Saratoga last year and gave it up in the late stages. Last time out, made this seeming winning move around the turn, coming up a rail that was good and just falling apart in the late stages. And now you're asking her to go a mile. Now, Rossi De Paz's thought process partly might be this is the race that came up for her, but maybe he feels at a mile she'll be able to get away with a much more moderate pace. Well, it wasn't a particularly strong pace last time out, so I'm not really sure what her excuse was in there. And if she gets a mile, especially at a short price, she's going to do it without my money.
Did have the layoff excuse, I guess. Last time out. Let's go down to Maggie for more.
Yeah, Andy and I have different opinions when it comes to Focus Pocus. I haven't been her biggest fan throughout her career because I felt like she's going too short. Maybe I'm way off base here, but it is sometimes easier for these horses to get out there and not be rushed off their feet, find their rhythm, and I think there was a layoff excuse last time. Plus, I know it wasn't a fast pace, but sometimes when you make that early move and try to blow a race apart off of a layoff, you're going to come up short. So I think she looks better than ever. Her coat's gone the right way, where I didn't think it looked great last time. And I just think she looks the most fit that Horacio has been able to get her. I could be wrong. She's a short price, so I understand not taking her. Number 5, top of the table. I like what I'm seeing from this filly. First time I'm laying eyes on her now in her 3rd career start. She's one that, given the pedigree, I'm surprised they haven't thought about turf, but whatever. Here we are on a sloppy sealed racetrack again. And one that I think is probably needing to race into fitness. She's a big, bulky type of filly. Came in here very sharp, makes a great impression overall. Just, really nicely put together horse that is well conditioned here for Mark Hennig, and wishing them the best of luck with Gunsong in the Black Eyed Susan coming up this weekend. But I think she's one, Greg, that is not to be forgotten either. At least she has the experience of going long last time, where I thought it was a fairly game performance.
She's a major player in here. Thanks, Maggie. Top of the tail, 4-1 right now. Katie Davis back aboard. Start number 3 coming up. And yeah, just missed by a neck at 4-1 last start.
Once again, I'm saying how call her bluff. You can take a look at the horse that beat her last time, because she's the number 14, I believe, in the also eligibles, the MTOs, in the off the turf 7th race. Now, she'd had a lot of chances getting there, so I'm wondering how good that race was, but stamina shouldn't be an issue for her.
Linda Ricebarn, not a surprise, getting a lot of attention here. Start number 2. Debut was 6 furlongs, non-threatening 4th. And now stretches out to a mile, and the one to beat on the board. Let's go upstairs. Start of the pick 6. Chris Griffin, the call.
Focus Pocus, Pinstripe Pizzo. And the rail runner, Mama's Got a Gun. And they're off. Mama's Got a Gun breaks well from the inside. Now is going to take back as in between horses moving forward. There is top of the table. Up on the far outside, here comes Better Be Smart. And Better Be Smart is in front, is up by a length and a half, call it 2. Getting off the rail there, Focus Pocus is now in the clear. Is going to be in about the 3 path here as they hook up with the back stretch. Out wider is top of the table. But the far outside, there's Pinstripe Pizzo, tightly bunched now. As Happy Smile has forward progress, is now a challenging 4th. In behind that leading group is going to be Devil's Arrow. It's another length and a half. Second to last is Troubled Luck, and the trailer is now Mama's Got a Gun. 23-4 for the opening quarter mile. Better Be Smart is doling out the fractions as a half length in front, and Better Be Smart at 5-1 has got the lead. Is approaching 4 furlongs left to go. Towards the outside there is Kendra Carmouche, and Focus Pocus within range, just tracking this pacer as they move into the turn. 47-3, the half mile time. Down at the rail, it's Happy Smile. Dylan Davis in 3rd. All in now is Devil's Arrow. Is under pressure, is in between horses. 3 wide in that second group is top of the table. Mama's Got a Gun starts to commence the rally from the back, and the 2 at the back, Pinstripe Pizzo with Troubled Luck. On the front end, it's now Focus Pocus, and Focus Pocus has taken the lead. Focus Pocus out in the center of the racetrack is well off the rail, and Focus Pocus Kendra Carmouche has not asked yet. Happy Smile is in full pursuit, and Mama's Got a Gun is diving down towards the inside. That's the leading trio now with a furlong left to go. Can Focus Pocus hang on? Mama's Got a Gun is at the rail, has got all the momentum, and here towards the outside, it's Happy Smile. Down to these two. Mama's Got a Gun, Happy Smile, Mama's Got a Gun. Jose Lescano. They get the win at 5-2. Happy Smile second, Focus Pocus, and Troubled Luck in 1 minute 40 seconds flat.
Mama's Got a Gun sitting way back and was moving pretty nice throughout. Gets the win to start off the pick six.
She really started picking it up right after I told Greg that I said, who's not going to win here? The horse I like, Mama's Got a Gun.
True story.
But then you could see around the half-mile pole that the firster was under a full drive, and Jose was so confident. And the funny thing with Focus Pocus is, maybe it just doesn't matter the distance. There's always going to be at least somebody that passes her in the last eighth of a mile. Not getting the lead may not have helped her chances, but I don't know. She doesn't finish at a mile. She doesn't finish at 6 furlongs. It's not distance. She doesn't finish here. But Mama's Got a Gun did. Second out for Linda Rice, and like so many, improved in her second start.
1, 2, 4, 6. Not the cleanest break in the world for the 4, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, she doesn't want to finish, And I think a lot of us would have reasonably expected her to be in front.
But in terms of not getting to the front, yeah.
Yeah, and once she didn't get the front, not that she had a bad trip, because she didn't, but I think if you're trying to get Focus Pocus to win, you're probably trying to wire the field. But would it have mattered?
Surprise, though, went off the favorite?
Yes.
Yes,
totally different than the doubles.
Again, 1, 2, 4, 6. These Silks had some good ones, including champions female sprinter, La Verdad.
Yeah. Nice to see them back in the winner's circle, and a horse that clearly needed the first start. And frankly, at $180,000, that's like a bargain for a gun runner.
It really is.
That's probably a giveaway for a gun runner.
5-2 as your second choice on the board. Mama's Got a Gun on win. Prices when we come back. We'll get into the late pick 5, and you win that Kentucky Derby. It's the thrill of a lifetime, but then the pressure ramps up to incredible levels. We'll tell you how it ramped up for Smarty Jones and his crew as they headed to Baltimore when we come back.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack. He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders'
Back with you on America's Day of the Races. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Mama's got a gun, stretching out to a mile. Career start number 2. Linda Rice numbers get now even better with that move.
Yeah, she's 8 for 29 now. Now second-time starters stretching out on the dirt off in their second start. Maidens. She's
someone
good.
who knows these connections well. Standing by downstairs.
Right, ladies, Sheila Stable, Sheila Rosenblum, and Linda Rice joining me now. And Sheila, Mama's gotta run. I gotta gun.
But she's got to
See,
run.
I knew I was gonna mess it up. No, talk a little bit about. We were just discussing the name, and Linda kind of putting it up to you.
Linda came up with it. She's a gun runner, and we just had a feeling that she was gonna run. And being here, I wondered how she was gonna like the mud. It's been a little wet. And Linda said, we're going to find out.
Should I come today? I said, yes, come today.
And should I bring my son, who's here from LA? His sister, who's also here from LA, couldn't make it. But I have a feeling by now he's already told her that she won. And I wasn't so sure for quite a while there. But yeah, we don't live.
I mean, talk about making up so much ground, Linda. She was covered for a filly and only her second start. That was pretty impressive.
Yes, it was. And, you know, I mean, this filly was in on Wood Memorial Day on the last race, lost the rider in the post race, ran loose. She's been a little green all around. And then, of course, she gets the 1 hole today. But I thought with the last race under her belt, the added distance and everything, I told Sheila, no, you guys better come today.
Yeah, and you said it a few times. You're coming. I said, I'm definitely coming. And
well, Eric, you named a horse after too.
Eric the Red and Cara for tennis. His sister, Cara's match point. They both had. Oh, and you got them when I came to New York, and I said, you're going to see the most talented horses. So she gave me her honest trainer eye and attitude and said, I'm not sure, but we'll keep them going as long as we could. But they were meaningful. That was the beginning of my racing life.
Well, that's usually how it goes. And now it's onwards and upwards, I feel like. From Yeah, I mean, La Verdad, the list goes on. Linda, congratulations here.
Thank you, Maggie.
Hot City Girl.
She just had her foal. Yeah, she's doing well. They're all doing well. Holiday Disguise, and I love the New York breds.
That you should. It pays. It pays to have a New York bred, Greg. And Sheila and her crew definitely taking advantage of that state bred program.
They've been a really good team together and had a lot of success, including a champion, as we've mentioned, and now Mama's got a gun on to bigger and better things, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, you know, she improved a lot in her second start, obviously, and, you know, it's hard to know with maidens where they're going to go, and you see how fast the races come up, but you don't win as many races, Linda, without the ability to improve horses.
Pick 6 underway with the second choice on the board. A couple of horses surprisingly have not been favorites in here. This was one of them. Or maybe more so that just Focus was the favorite. 4th race to start the late pick 5, 6 furlong sprint, $20,000 claiming race, and we might hear from Linda again after this race. She's awesome. Clearly the one to beat in this race.
She can rate, but she's a better horse in the front end. And if she has an Achilles heel in here, it's the fact that she doesn't figure to be the speed. And with the rail, Jose Lezcano has to work out a trip.
Much more on the 4th coming up as we get set for the late pick 5. The pressure of the Triple Crown can be crushing. Whoever wins the Kentucky Derby is instantly thrown into the lion's den with an onslaught of media attention, ready or not. Team Smarty Jones takes us inside what pressures they were facing as their star Pennsylvania bred moved on to Baltimore.
And here is the first undefeated winner of the Kentucky Derby since Seattle Slough in 1977. Smarty Jones has done it.
I remember we left Churchill the next day because we drove out. You know, I still had 40 horses at Parks. The next morning, I go to the barn. There's like 50 people from the media at my barn. And they're grabbing me and talking to me on the rail and stuff. That's when my wife stepped in. She goes, you know what? You train your horses. I'll set this stuff up for you. I think that's why we won the Sport Turfdom Award through the media because everybody was so pleased the way everything went. We were very naive. You know, everybody's like, you know, were you going to go to Preakness? Look, I don't know. I got to see how my horse comes out of the race, how he's acting.
I had never particularly wanted to go on that Triple Crown trail because I know the pressure. And my husband, that was a dream of his.
I told Mr. and Mrs. Chapman, I said, look, yeah, we'll let him tell us. If he's training like he's been training, then we're definitely going to go for the Preakness. And he did.
I tell you, this horse has come a long, long way. He didn't used to be, I mean, he was a freaking handful.
You know, he was a little strong. I didn't train him a whole lot. Bob Newmauer asked me why I didn't breeze him. And I told him, I said, look, yeah, my horse just ran 1.25 miles 2 weeks ago. The way he trains, he doesn't need to breeze.
Hey, chap. Everything's super, buddy. Very good, very good. No, I just wanted to let you know we had a real good morning and everything's looking good, buddy.
And I felt strong about that. I felt that he was going into the race really, really good. You know, he's fit. I just want him mentally to think he can go bear hunting with a switch. That's what I want. And that's the way he went in the race.
And they're off. Smarty Jones gets off to a good beginning. Smarty Jones comes away with an early lead.
I mean, going to the first turn, I could tell right away Michael Smith was trying to control the race. Smarty broke sharp and he put himself in a good position.
But there goes Lionheart with his typical early tack, and Mike Smith is angling him out as they head for the clubhouse turn.
You know, Mike had to use his horse a little bit to get to the lead, to control the race. And I think more than anything, he wanted to try to park Stewart out in the middle of the racetrack.
And around the far turn, Mike Smith is giving Smarty Jones the rail.
And then when Stu ducked to the inside, you know, I knew he had some horse. I didn't know he had that much horse. Yeah, he just exploded.
And as they hit the top of the stretch, Smarty Jones has taken the lead. It is Smarty Jones in front.
And then to watch him draw off like that, I remember telling myself, you know, back him down, Stu. We got one more to go. Let's not use it up. I don't want to leave it in the gym, you know?
Smarty Jones, he's pulling away. He's pulling away to win impressively here. He's going to win by a colossal margin. Here is Smarty Jones. He wins the Preakness by 12 lengths.
When that horse took off and kept running the way he did and won by the record margin, we were full of gratitude, but we were full of excitement that you just can't describe.
All I can say is wow.
I'll say the same thing.
Oh my
The guy from West Virginia and the guy from Germantown didn't.
How about it, huh?
This Philadelphia story continues its magical way to the elusive Triple Crown.
First of all, I remember my father at the half-mile pole screaming, no, not yet.
You know, the country, they sure wanted a Triple Crown, and they sure wanted Smarty Jones to be that Triple Crown winner.
I know there's probably more parts coming. I don't want to spoil it. But he did not win the Triple Crown. But whoa.
I'm glad you did that, not me.
That Preakness win, that was sensational, wasn't it?
Yeah, I could be accused of not being up on the Smarty Jones hype, but his Preakness win was a devastatingly good performance. I think he got a 118 buyer that day. And that was the race that made me particularly sad that he didn't run later in the year, even as a 4-year-old, because that's the kind of effort that says to a horse has ability that could be one of the real greats in the game. And it's a shame. I don't blame Stewie Elliott the same way everyone else does for the Belmont Stakes, to be honest. I understand the complaint. But it's not as though Birdstone was some lucky horse. He was only about 4 lengths behind the pace, and he was unlucky that it rained before the Derby because he couldn't handle a sealed track. And when you think about his Travers performance, he was a worthy foe of Smarty Jones's, and I think it degrades Birdstone a little bit. But Smarty Jones, he was a very exciting horse. He had an enormous fan base. He was like an East Coast version of California Chrome.
Yeah.
You know, they had great. California Chrome had one of the great fan bases of my entire lifetime at the racetrack.
Chromies.
They loved him, and I think that's great. And you know what? He rewarded him because another horse. You think about if he had retired after his 3-year-old year, you would never known how good he was. And you think of the kind of race he ran against Arrogate, when Arrogate was the real Arrogate. The California Chrome eventually turned into a monstrous talent.
A lot of big moments, yeah. Beyond that Triple Crown. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to have the fourth when we come back. It kicks off this late pick 5 on our Thursday card. Linda Rice looking to go back-to-back. She's awesome. 5-year-old mare that she'll send out here in the fourth, who is the one to beat. 4-5 favorite now. Looking for the 5th win of her career coming up.
Zandon's Poetry in Motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Serena's Song, rare opportunity on the inside, trying to respond and fight back. But Serena's Song gets a neck on rare opportunity. Conquistadores is third. Last 1/8 of a mile, Serena's Song now opens up. And Serena's Song under Gary Stevens going on to a willing win. I don't even think he tapped her with a whip. Serena's Song, get the blanket of Black-Eyed Susans ready for Serena's Song.
Serena's Song just barely able to eke that one out by 9 lengths.
What a horse she was.
113 buyer in that Black-Eyed Susan win.
But what a horse, and as you can see, and Greg has her PPs in front of him, which is like 18 for 33 or 18 for 35, 18 for 38 lifetime, 29 of 38, 1-2. Caught in the wire in the Whitney, winning the Haskell. I may have been there when she won the Haskell. Now that I think about it, actually, I don't think I was, but she was absolutely remarkable. I mean, remarkable how good she was. You know, she lost that incredible photo to Flanders in the 1994 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Flanders could have been an all-time great if she hadn't gotten hurt in there, and she was a particularly good producer as well. But Serena's Song, man, she was some racehorse, and you saw there, and she danced all the dances.
Well, D-Wayne going to be present to try and win another one with Lemon Muffin. Rider changes going to Flavian Pratt on filly who provided that big performance in the Grade 3 Honeybee on the road to the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, I was just texting with the morning line maker at there, Brian Nadeau, a good friend of mine. And I disagree with his morning lines. I disagree with everything anyway in life. Now, Lemon Muffin, it'll be interesting to see how much money she takes, because at a certain point you're kind of wondering if her win down at Oaklawn was a bit of an aberration, because she hasn't really run to it in any of her races, and her performance has been poor. Coming back 2 weeks from the Kentucky Oaks, she didn't run well, not running a step in the Fantasy. Her Honeybee was a good effort, but she needs to run this effort. Otherwise, she's not good enough.
Well, this was her big moment, and it was the first ever graded stakes win for Keith Asmussen, but again, he will not be present on Friday. It'll be Flavien Prat. This was at 28-1, a huge surprise.
It feels like a period of time in Oaklawn where Wayne Lucas's horses were running particularly well, and she surprised that day, as you said, at almost 30-1. I haven't seen her other races. I like to see Wayne do well, and you never know. Getting Flavien Prat is certainly a good thing. He's a great, great rider. But I think they're all going to be facing Gunsong in this race for our friend Mark Hennig.
Yeah, Gunsong will have John Velasquez aboard. Going to be forward on the engine. Looks like the one to beat. Big figure from this horse. I mean, he was able to win first time out. We saw here Belmont and Aqueduct on a sloppy track, but then that Gulfstream win at a mile. This is the performance back on February 9th.
Yeah, she was second by a length to Leslie's Rose, who had that impressive win in the Ashland, the Grade 1. Then she had a blowout win with a big figure over Catherine Wheel, a solid enough runner for trainer Chad Brown. And last time out, she got caught up in a pace that just fell apart. So I can give her an excuse for that, and she still ran a very respectable 79 buyer. In my opinion, if she runs her race, she's better than these horses.
Fun weekend coming up. Black-Eyed Susan Friday, Preakness on Saturday. We're going to have plenty more analysis coming up over the next couple of days. Let's get back to our Thursday action here, Belmont at the Big A, and that is the mare to beat. See if Linda Rice can get back-to-back wins here on this Thursday card. She's awesome. It was dropping down last time out. Was a very short price favorite and won pretty handily. And now trying to win again for an even lower level.
You need her to win here, Greg. You need to pick up that win from your Talking Horses
It's
appearance.
been a struggle.
It's a struggle every day.
She's way the horse to beat.
She is. She is way the horse to beat and consistently has better races than horses here. My concern is drawing the rail with the speed of Willful Desire and the speed of Everly's Girl, that she's going to have to work out a trip. And you also have to think the Beautiful Karen potentially can go from the outside. So how much pace there will be and what kind of trip can Jose Lezcano work out from the rail? Now, Jose's a great rider. If she drew outside of them, though, I would be more confident.
Even money, here she is. And again, a slight drop from last time out off that win.
I think we've covered her, the even money favorite.
12 times, 17 starts. She's been first or second. Here's Willful Desire. She is quick.
She's fast. She's unlikely to win, but she could have an effect on how this race is run.
Every once in a while, Everly's Girl produces a big one.
Yeah, every other recently, so maybe it's every other. Will she run as well, though, for her new connections?
5-1 right now, and Romero Mirage looking for his second win on the card. Happy Sophia, big price, 24-1.
It's been a while since she's run well. There was
awesome.
a time, though.
Anne-Marie, Peter Walder with John Velasquez.
I picked her as the new face. She's the second choice, and I thought her recent races were good enough to give her a chance.
Been down in South Florida at Gulfstream exclusively. Beautiful Karen on the outside, 6-1.
She's another one of these Jekyll and Hyde types. When she's the good one, she runs well, but too often she's the bad one. I can never, is Dr. Jekyll the good one and Mr. Hyde the bad one? I'm not good with this one. See, you aren't either. Sorry. I think Dr. Jekyll's the good one, Mr. Hyde is the bad one.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's always been a big
homework
debate.
For tonight. Awesome Anne-Marie.
Maybe Maggie knows.
5-2, Johnny V, and 2 back. A very good one from this 7-year-old mare.
Yeah, I mean, the question is how good were the fields she's been running against? They weren't great. You could make a case, though, that the 75 buyer holds up, and it's a figure that she'll probably need to run if the favorite in here, Awesome Marie, runs her race. And I just worried with Awesome Marie that her position in this race would be a hindrance. So I wanted to pick somebody else, and to me, she was the most reliable. Peter Walder, hit or miss shipping up here, obviously not having a good year so far, but she does draw well to the outside and should get some pace to run into.
See if she can get back to that performance. She went backwards a little bit next time out, although arguably with a much wider trip that day. Even money on the rail. Linda Rice, she's awesome. Looking for career win number 5 here in 18 starts. Be part of history. We are getting awfully close, aren't we? Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. First time ever held at that historic racetrack. and you can be part of it June 6th through 9th. We're going to have live coverage all week long, but we would love to see you there.
Yeah, no, it's going to be an amazing weekend of racing, great racing throughout the week. The New York Reds running on Sunday and a special day, a lot of grade ones. Friday is going to be a huge day, and to say we're looking forward to it would be an understatement.
Look at the lineup. Begins with the big one Thursday, that Belmont Gold Cup. Going to see a lot of maybe future stars, 2-year-olds on that Thursday card as well.
My friend Lee Einseidler he has a 2-year-old he wants to run, and he may have to run as a first-time star of the stake. He's very mad that we don't have a 2-year-old race
Tremont?
for him, but he can run, I don't know, is it Colt or Filly?
Oh, Philly.
I don't know if it is. I don't know which. But
what a lineup on Saturday.
Yes, 3 grade ones on Friday, but I think 6 on Saturday as well, and obviously culminating with the Belmont Stakes. And we're going to draw the Met Mile and the Belmont Stakes on Monday in the Canfield Casino, I believe, in Congress Park, that many are familiar with. We will draw the whole card, or the other races, on Sunday. For people interested, we will draw the Thursday card on Friday before it. The Saturday, the Friday card, the Saturday, and then Saturday and Sunday on that Sunday. But going to be a fun weekend. There's a lot of things planned. A concert downtown on Wednesday. Blues Traveler, I believe.
Really?
You a big John Popper fan?
Yeah. Potentially, too, Kenny McPeak could deny himself a Triple Crown with a filly.
Yeah, I'll believe this one when I see it.
Torpedo Anna, impressive winner that kicked off a feat we'd not seen since 1952. Trainer pulling off an Oaks Derby double. Torpedo Anna with Brian Hernandez Jr. began that with his Friday victory in the run for the Lilies, and now being talked about going to the Belmont against the boys.
And while there can be some debate whether or not Mystic Dan was the best horse in the Derby, there ain't no debate about this one. She was terrific. Dueling with a very talented Ways and Means, putting that one away. The very, very talented and champion, just FYI, Sitting in Wait, came to her top of the stretch and has absolutely no match for her. This is a very good horse. She tipped her hand with a devastatingly easy win in the Fantasy with a wide trip, and this is a very good horse. I'll be interested to see. If Mystic Dan wins Saturday, I wonder if she does end up in the Acorn. Kenny says he's running there. I'll believe it when I see it. I think it'll be a mistake, personally. I do think she's very good. I think she'll lose to the boys, though.
We will see if that winds up being the spot. He has said
she's good.
She was working in the morning, too, with Mystic Dan. He's not scared of her run against the boys at all after seeing that, and she was sensational that day.
She's terrific. I'm not knocking her in any way. I'm a fan. She's good. I felt she was the worst to beat going to Kentucky Oaks, and I feel she's absolutely the worst to beat 3-year-old champion. I'm not sure what the hurry is to run against the boys. I don't understand. The Acorn's an important race, and I think if Mystic Dan wins Saturday, Kenny might be under a little pressure. I mean, imagine if you're the owners of the other one. Listen, different owners, maybe the owners of Torpedo Anna really want to run in the Belmont, and they have a right to go there. And, you can't have horses with trainers that have many horses for different owners and complain about running against different owners. Their trainer has a right to do that. Having said that, if he's going for a Triple Crown, I wonder if it will change.
Keep our eyes on it. First things first, you got to get there. Mystic Dan's got to show up on Saturday in Baltimore as we get back to the start of the late pick 5. $20,000 claiming 6 furlong sprint. 3-4 now, and she's awesome for Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano. Odds-on favorite, and the one who never really has needed the lead to win, but that inside post position can be tricky.
Okay, let's look. I mean, okay, she didn't have the lead, but she was right on the pace last time. No, she was a length off, 2 back. That's fair. On a sloppy sealed track. I don't love that the claim was voided last time. That bothers me a little bit. I mean, it has to have been voided for some reason. It would be nice if they would tell us why they were voided, if they're going to have them in the program, because people do like to bet these races. And she is ultra consistent. I mean, she has a consistency that nobody in this race has. I mean, she just keeps running well every single time. I'm not against her, but I think at 3-5, I'd prefer to bet the 7 at 3-1. That's all it comes down to.
And the 7 at 3-1, that again is awesome Anne Marie.
A lot of awesomes.
See if she can, 7-year-old mare who spent pretty much her career at Gulfstream.
Right. Now, she's won 7 of 32 starts, run more sparingly at her older age, but she's awesome with 17 starts. A 5-year-old, I'm just hoping she gets the right trip on the outside, and perhaps it gets a little bit hot up front for the number 1. It makes the pace a little difficult for her.
Late pick 5 begins here. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Horses are at the gate. It's post time. Post time for today's fourth. Start of the late pick 5. Favorite towards the inside, and she's awesome. Field loading. Everly's Girl. Happy Sophia. Two out. Awesome Anne-Marie. Beautiful Karen. Last to load. End it. Backs out. One more time. Now in. All set. And they're off. Breaking a tangle there was awesome Anne-Marie. All kinds of trouble at the start. Awesome Anne-Marie, already 12 lengths the trailer. Tightly bunched on the front end, and the speed is with Willful Desire as a neck in front. Here in the 2 path is Everly's Girl, is in pursuit, is right there after this leader. They're head and head. Just off of them is Happy Sophia, is in the 4 path there, is drifting out a touch with Beautiful Karen 4 wide in that grouping. She's Awesome is alone in 5th and trying to make up the ground now. More collected is Awesome Anne-Marie with a tall task is 8 lengths the trailer. Into the far turn, 22.59 for the opening quarter mile, and they're chasing Willful Desire and Javier Castellano there in front. Here comes the run from She's Awesome and Jose Lescano. They've tipped out to the 2 path and chasing. 3 wide is Everly's Girl. Under full drive, not cutting the margin, Beautiful Karen. The 2 at the back, Happy Sophia and Awesome Anne-Marie. They reach the top of the stretch. She's Awesome trying to put it away. It's She's Awesome now 2.5 lengths clear. Still chasing there is Willful Desire. Battling on is Everly's Girl grandstand side. The rest with a lot to do as She's Awesome indeed is just opening up here with a 16th left to go. It's going to be Linda Rice, Jose Lescano. She's Awesome will win this one easily as the favorite. She's Awesome gets it done over Everly's Girl. Willful Desire, late run, Awesome Anne-Marie in 1 minute 10 and 4.
She's Awesome, easy win as the heavy favorite to start the late pick 5. Brutal beginning for the 7. Awesome Anne-Marie, we'll get back to that.
Yeah, I mean, her job was obviously gotten a lot easier when the 7 broke the way she did. But, you know, it wasn't hard for Jose Lescano to work out the trip because 4 went aggressively, and she was able to just sort of sit back in 5th behind 4 horses battling towards the front end, and no problem rating and no problem disposing of the competition to start this late pick 5 out at 3-4.
This kind of performance, I'm not sure it would have mattered.
I don't think the 7 was going to beat her, but obviously what happened at the start gave the 7 absolutely no chance to do that, but I agree with you.
Odds-on favorite, 1, 4, 2, 7. Let's go back to that beginning here and to see how bad it was. Race over from the outset here. Keep your eyes on the 7 and John Velasquez.
Yes, we'll see. She just did it to herself. I mean, she just didn't want to go. Broke slow, but something's like bothering her, right? Weird.
Reminded me of Thunder Snow in the Derby.
Yeah, it's not a bad analogy, actually. That was weird. You don't see that a lot. I mean, it's one thing to get caught unaware, you throw your head at the wrong second when they open the gate. She had a lot of issues there.
So, Jose Lescano, Linda Rice, winning move stable, and the consistency of this mare continues. We'll see if I gotta think taken for 20,000.
Well, don't forget there was voided claim last time. Probably right that this horse was claimed, but I wondered if the void will scare some people. But you're probably right.
Odds-on favorite to start this late pick 5. Prices when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. What a year for this man right here again. Led the NYRA circuit in victories, 3rd time in his career, and still continuing to make a big mark in the toughest jockey colony there is in the sport. Stay with us. We'll be back with more after this.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
War-Bomber's won the King Edward.
Shield Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage this Thursday afternoon here in South Ozone Park, New York. Final segment for Andy and I before the Dream Team takes over. Acacia Clement, Paul LaDuca in the house.
Coming back after a triumphant performance at Oaklawn this winter where he did an incredible job down there.
He really did.
He really did. I mean, his opinion was sensational, and it is not easy to have a good opinion down there.
She's Awesome kicks off a late pick 5 here at Belmont at the Big A is the odds-on favorite with a victory. Linda Rice, winning move stable. Jose Lezcano sat behind 2 horses battling up front and then just scooted away.
Yep, Source was much the best, perhaps aided a little bit with the 7 blowing the brake so badly, or just misbehaving at the break, I should say. I don't think she blew it as much as misbehaving, but as you said, Greg, it didn't matter. She was much the best in here, and she won like a 3 to 5 shot should.
13 of 18 starts now, first or second in her career. That's pretty good consistency.
And Linda Rice, a big favorite to win 3 in a row.
Did we find out if this mare got claimed?
Nobody told me, and apparently nobody's telling us now.
I'm going to wait a few more seconds.
Getting nothing.
110-4, final time. $3.50 for the win. Let's move on to the pick 4. Off the turf, scheduled for the grass mile on the 16th, now 1 mile main track, and we've been reduced to 4 competitors.
Yes, and in all likelihood, by post time, the 1 will be a heavy favorite in here. Oof, wow, she's like 2 to 5 looking at doubles. We'll see if that comes down or goes up.
All right, this starts the late pick 4. Good luck. Off the turf, still muddy and sealed, and the Belmont at the Big A debut for 2024, Paul LaDuca, coming up.
An exciting moment
in the next
for everybody.
segment.
I can feel it. There's electricity in the air.
We're going to take a timeout. They're going to talk more Preakness as well, along with the rest of this card here on this Thursday afternoon, so stick around. Fox Sports 2 coverage continues right after this. Will be Dan We'll be going on to Saratoga with a Triple Crown on the line. We're going to find out on Saturday. Derby winner trying to keep things going in the Preakness preview with Acacia and Paulie right after a timeout.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry. General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
Nestled behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa.
Races is presented in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Thanks for joining us. Acacia Kamon and Paula Duca stepping in to take you the rest of the way. Paulie, we don't get to share the desk very often together, so nice to have you here up from the Jersey Shores. You've been doing a great job with the start of Monmouth Park.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I got to the Jersey Shore last week, and I've seen the sun one day, but hopefully this weekend will be a beautiful day coming down here in Aqueduct and see some familiar friends. And we got 4 races left here on the card as well. And I'll be back at the Jersey Shore for a good little, stakes little weekend out there on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, we look forward to hearing from you. But, of course, a lot of eyes this weekend will be on what takes place in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness Stakes. We all head over to Baltimore, and big news coming out this week, Paul, with Muth. 1 of 2 for Bob Baffert being scratched due to fever, spiked a 103-degree fever after shipping. Not uncommon for horses to get a temperature when shipping to a new place, especially California to Baltimore, not the easiest of trips. And unfortunately, Muth will not be running in the Preakness this Saturday.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation. He was your favorite going in, so it takes a lot of sting out of the race, but it helps his stablemate an awful lot in Imagination, and you wonder if he's good enough. I think a lot of people were wondering if Imagination was just there to run. Now he might be there to win, to be honest with you, because he could be the horse to catch, like most of Bob's horses.
It is our America's Best Racing race of the week in the Grade 1 Preakness, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Imagination, as you mentioned, could be the main pace, but your Kentucky Derby winner, Mystic Dan, who at that morning line will be different given the significant scratch of Muth. You expect Mystic Dan to be a heavy favorite. He was one who, early in his career, Paul, he was able to be right on top of the pace in that ground-saving trip in the Derby where he kind of made that early move to get into contention and be right up there. He should not be too pace compromised.
No, that's the one thing about Mystic Dan. I think everybody has not given him the credit for having the tactability, which I mean staying up close to the pace, be able to maintain that cruising speed and keep it going. So he's a type of horse that's always going to get the jump on you first. Even when you look at the Preakness field, whoever he's chasing, which I would think it would be Imagination, he's going to get the first jump. Now, whether he's ready to go and repeat this effort 2 weeks later, which is not a move that Kenny McPeak does a lot with a lot of his horses. But I'll tell you one thing, if it does rain, I think it will help him a little bit more because he does love a little wet surface.
His biggest Beyer speed figure in his career, a 101 in the Grade 3 Southwest, which was contended over a muddy track, Mystic Dan. And there has been, as you could see with him training, a fair amount of rain this week at Pimlico. I believe they're off the turf today as well. And it's just, it is unfortunate as far as overall and for the grass races, but I'm sure Mystic Dan's connections would not be upset if there was moisture in the ground.
I mean, you can just tell, look at the way he is with his ears pricked forward. He's just loving the rain. Even after he came out of the Kentucky Derby, his assistant trainer, Ray Briner, did an interview with him at Oaklawn. He said, listen, Mystic Dan was dead tired. Well, he just ran a mile and a quarter. He didn't really eat up that night, but then the next day, things started turning around. And then his first gallop was at Churchill Downs over a wet surface, and he looked just phenomenal. And I was telling myself, I mean, this horse was born for the rain, and he keeps on galloping over sloppy surfaces, and, there's like an 80% chance of rain on Saturday, so he might be tough.
Yeah, it certainly could bode well for the Derby winner who's already shown an affinity for that wet surface. Will be a question for the horse that, as Paul mentioned, will be the pace setter in the Preakness. That's Imagination to the outside with Frankie Dettori, second in the Santa Anita Derby behind Stronghold, who ran okay in the Kentucky Derby, but Imagination now the lone Bob Baffert runner in the Preakness.
And he's a confusing horse because, he got run down a couple times in his career, Imagination. But, Stronghold just wore him down. I give him a lot of credit for a lot of fight, that he's battling back there on the inside. His Stronghold just always had his measure all the way to the wire. Now, that day, they did go pretty fast, 110 and change. We've seen a lot of things happen when they go to Pimlico. We've seen California speed translate, and that goes to all the races. We can go back to Straight No Chaser, but he was a different horse back then. But it seems like the California speed translates when it comes especially to the Preakness, and it does to a lot of the other races as well. And it seems like that a lot of Chad Brown horses run well at Pimlico. So, you got to look at some of the trends here and there as you see a Bathford's Preakness wins. It's just, when a graphic's almost off the screen, it's pretty good.
Soon they're going to need a second page if it continues. But National Treasure, a perfect example last year in the Preakness of you talking about that California speed and him being able to dictate things on the front end. Mage running well, just nobody was able to catch him once he got comfortable in the lead.
Yeah, you're right. And I just think that, that California speed is just so dangerous. A lot of people will say, when Muth ran in the Arkansas Derby, well, he went legitimate fractions in 45, whatever. Bob works his horses in the morning that quick, and he's got a couple other that are in the barn that are just as quick. So the competition in the morning leads to success in the afternoon.
Wayne Lucas running 2. He's certainly no stranger to winning the Preakness either. With Just Steel and Seize the Gray, do you think either of them might be forward pressing the likes of Imagination?
I think one of them has to. If when you look at it, Joel Rosario's on Just Steel. Now Joel's ridden the horse a couple times. Now 2 of his best efforts. Now one was sprinting. Have been with Joel aboard, but Joel is pushed forward. Now, I've always said that Just Steel might be a better horse when he relaxes a little bit. Now, he got hung in that speed duel a little bit. Maybe he'll relax a little bit in the Preakness. He's an in-and-out type of horse. I don't know which one's going to run better. I have a feeling one of the Lucas horses is going to run. And Just Steel, you're right. He could be the other tactical horse in the race.
Could be. And Caesar Gray, who was forward last time as well, winning the Pat Day Mile. Will be interesting to see what the coach does as far as the pace play out. Back over to today, Belmont at the Big A. We have race number 5 coming up next. We're off the turf today in New York, so unfortunately this race very much impacted by the scratches, but the number 5 addressable market is still in, dropping back down in class, and Katie Davis going to be back aboard this horse. And Katie always doing it with a smile on her face, and she's winning races as well, having a great spring meet, and it's off to a good start. We'll learn a little bit more about her story after this. We are just a couple weeks away from the final jewel of the Triple Crown, the 156th running of the Belmont Stakes. Saturday, June 8th. You can watch it from Saratoga Racecourse live on Fox and be part of history this year as we get a chance to see something pretty special for the next couple years.
I mean, listen, every other sport we've had change, so quit whining and let's have some fun.
We're going to have a lot of fun for Belmont at Saratoga. Taking a quick pause to welcome in our regional network. Stay with us on America's Day of the Races. America's Day at the Races. If you're just joining us, thanks for tuning in. Acacia come on alongside Paula Duca. We're getting ready to kick off another live race, kicking off the late pick 4 here, Belmont at the Big A. Unfortunately, we're off the turf today, Paul. Significant amount of rain yesterday here in the tri-state area and off the turf today, but hopefully it looks like throughout the rest of the weekend we should be okay with some good turf races coming up tomorrow and Saturday.
Yeah, there's good turf racing here. There's good turf racing at Monmouth. I'll be back at Monmouth on Saturday as well, and there's the rain's supposed to stop, hopefully. Yeah. It seems like the last week the sun has not come out. We've been a little bit unfortunate, but I think we'll be back on the turf here along as Monmouth. And you're right, there's some good turf racing to go around. Like it seems like we've been waiting for turf racing for the last 5 months.
Love it. Love to bet it. Love getting a chance to see all these horses back. Some of them will have to wait for another day to get on the grass. This 5th race off the turf. It's a maiden claiming off the turf as mentioned. We are on a muddy and sealed main track, meeting the field, starting things off with a main track only runner, Golden Degree.
This is the horse that Linda Rice claimed off Brett Calhoun at Keeneland, and the main track only draws in and getting a lot of the attention at 6-5.
Here is the number 5 addressable market, Katie Davis in the saddle.
0-for-9 lifetime, and only 3 starts on dirt.
7-2 right now. Does get back to a maiden claiming level. There is That's the Fact, Jack. Second last out.
Yeah, Blinkers last time out off a long layoff. First time going 7 furlongs. That was a pretty good race, and the 7 could cause the 1 some problems because those 2 horses, even though this is a forest field, like to go at least forward.
And a first-time starter to the outside Sisney debuting for Rudy Rodriguez.
We've seen this filly. This is a filly by Oscar Performance. So Oscar Performance was a very, very good turf horse, but it seems like his horses, you know, they like a little bit of everything. And when you look at a race like this, doesn't a first-time starter seem like he could at least or she could play in here or at least be very effective?
We'll see what she does on debut. That's the field for the 5th. Golden Degree, even money. Those who welcome in Maggie Wolfendale here with us and Maggie Linda Rice. Very sharp with those main track only runners.
And those claims she has picked up from Kentucky as she does look to win her 3rd race in a row here on this Thursday card. And Golden Degree, Acacia, I was not in love with the effort that she comes in here with, given the fact that she was forward and maybe the pace came apart and she was outside when you wanted to be more inside. But ultimately, the horse that she was battling with came back and beat her. She really stopped the last 1/8 of a mile, and now she's going to have to stretch things out to a mile. And I'm not sure about that with her. She's very compact, not necessarily built for the distance, but she looks fantastic. I can't fault her physically because she's dappled head to toe. She's the best turned out from the overall sense. I'm just not sold on the distance denominator. As number 7 in here, coming second off of a layoff, That's the Fact, Jack. You know, it was an okay effort last time coming back off the layoff. She's really hustled for the lead. She kind of won the battle but lost the war. I like that tune-up for her. She comes in here really, really fit. And for me, I think her physical frame lends itself well to the mile distance. Now, the first-time starter in here, that's number 11, Sisney. It's more of a turf pedigree, to be fair. And what a lot of equipment for a first-time starter. Extension blinker over her right eye, ring bit, rubber figure 8. And on top of all that, she just looks really kind of weak over her top line. So I'm not really sure. And you can see she just doesn't look as comfortable as you would like to see a horse moving over this surface, Acacia. So for me, she's definitely in the wait-and-see approach category.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see what she does. And there's a pretty good look there of the extension blinker where the right eye is fully covered. And typically, Paul, that's for horses that have the tendency to lug out. I guess she must have been showing a lot of that in the morning for Rudy Rodriguez to put that equipment on a first-time starter.
Yeah, it's never a really good sign when you go out there. I'm not a big fan of blinkers first time out, but when you have an extension blinker like that, there's obviously been something going on in the morning. And obviously, Maggie's, in your opinion too, as well, is invaluable. And I actually like this horse a little bit just by default because I really don't love any of the other fillies in here, to be honest with you. So I do think the 1 will be very, very tough in here for Linda and looking for 3 wins. But I thought the 11 just by default maybe she can just run up into a pace. And we'll see what happens. But an extension blinker will help her out, I guess, when she's breaking from the far outside in a 4-horse field.
Yeah, can't see any of the open space to her outside, at least. As far as the number 1, Golden Degree, does go, she is stretching out in distance for the first time, as Maggie touched on. That a little bit of a question for her. But she does have the ability to be forwardly placed, and especially given the speed that we saw her show last time at Keeneland, and now trying to use that speed to extend it when going a distance of ground.
Yeah, she got the lead in this event. Now, she got beat by her stablemate, She's Always Rosie, who's actually scratched out of this race. But you go all the way back to Gold Decree's first start at Fairgrounds. She lost to Impel. I want to say Impel was
she was
2 to 5 that day, and Tipsy Tammy's actually a really nice horse. So she's run into some nice fillies. Now, she's a 3-year-old facing older horses. I don't know how people view that. I think we're at a time of year now where it's completely fine because, even early in the year at Oaklawn, the 3-year-olds were hanging tough with the older 4-year-olds. But listen, like I said, I chose the 11 by default. It's, and I put my picks in early, but what Maggie said, it's not a ringing endorsement. I do think the 1, though, just who she's faced is going to be really tough. But again, the 7 can put the screws through her early, and we'll see if the 5 can run. I'm surprised the 5 is a lesser price than the 11, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the number 5, Addressable Market. Let's talk about her for a moment. She, too, stretching out in distance a little bit. She does have some foundation going longer, but on the turf, and seems like overall her better races have been on the grass, even though in her last 2 starts it's been against much tougher.
Yeah, it has been. Katie Davis gets in the irons. She hadn't raced since January. She ran can't even say an okay race. She didn't run that well. But every time, when she dropped for 40 on the turf, it was good. Just her 3 dirt races have not been much. And so you wonder to yourself, okay, is she truly a turf horse? And that does look like that. Because if they were on the turf, she might have been the favorite in this race, to be honest with you. Not the favorite, but she would have been one of the ones. Sure. On the dirt, it's just hard to endorse her.
It is tough given those last couple of starts. We touched on Katie Davis before the break, and you can even see her there as she has a big smile on her face, just the positivity. And you feel like horses feed off of that as well. And she's been a really fun story, for all of us to follow, too, riding with her siblings, coming back to riding after becoming a mom. And she's doing really well this spring.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that infectious smile of her personality, it bleeds all the way to the racehorse. And, it's just like every other animal. You come home, your dog, and you're crying, you're sad. They're going to come up and snuggle to you.
Yeah.
And when you're happy with them, they're going to do things that you want to do. And she gets horses to respond to her. She gets them to settle. She doesn't let them, get in her way. She just lets them do their thing. And I think that's her one talent. And like you said, that smile it's going to win every time.
It was really cool to see a lot of kids coming up to her in Saratoga, being really excited about seeing her ride and the success that she's had as well. She'll be aboard Addressable Market, has ridden this filly a couple times before, but on the turf, we'll see if she can bring some of that grass form to the main track today. Maggie going with the 7th, that's the fact. Jack, who will try to build off of that second place finish last time out, and she's also second off the layoff, and first time starter being a little bit green behind the gate there. Sisney, hopefully she can keep things together.
Yeah, I'm hoping that in the 4-horse field she doesn't dwelt, which means that she would break dead last. I'm just hoping she gets out of the gate, and we'll see what happens from there. And the 1 and 7 are going to go at it early. I think that's going to be the key. Who can get the advantage? The 7, I understand where Maggie's going, gets that stalking position. Does Romero Mirage, he's been aggressive of late, so maybe he doesn't take any prisoners and tries to out-quick the one early.
See how it plays out. Race 5 off the turf coming up. Belmont at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Golden Degree. Jose Lescano goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking outward was That's the Fact Jack is now straightening up, but the leader is Golden Degree. Golden Degree right out towards the front and an easy lead. It is Golden Degree, the favorite, who's quickly up by 2. That's the Fact Jack wants to get out, has now got some clear running room, is drifting out with Sisney, and they're going to be tracking from 2nd and 3rd, far back early. Addressable Market is the trailer. This is an easy lead for Golden Degree. Golden Degree and Jose Lescano, 23. and 3 for the opening quarter mile, and they are opening up the margin all on their own. Golden Degree trying to get away is already 6 lengths in front. Shoved along is That's the Fact Jack, who's trying to keep up with the favorite who's in hand. Sisney is losing ground quickly, and far back still, Addressable Market. They're going to have to run down Golden Degree. Golden Degree has now a 7-length cushion going into the far turn and doing it very easily. The margin starts to get even bigger. That's the Fact Jack is trying to keep up here in 2nd. They are very strung out. Addressable Market and tailing off Sisney. It is all Golden Degree. Golden Degree is already up by, gotta be, 15 lengths now here as they approach the top of the stretch. A quarter mile left to go, and Golden Degree is way out in front. That's the Fact Jack is battling on. Addressable Market, red cap down towards the inside, but is going to be coasting along. Golden Degree, Linda Rice, Jose Lescano just galloping home, opening up by a very wide margin inside the final 16th. Golden Degree will kick off the late pick 4. It's another 1 on the afternoon, and the favorite kicks off that late pick 4. Golden Degree wins it. The battle on for the place here. Give it to the inside. Addressable Market, That's the Fact Jack, and Sisney. Final running time, 1 minute 38 and 3.
Golden Degree wins by as much as she wants. Just an easy victory here. 3 victories in a row on the card for Linda Rice, which seems to be just a normal Thursday afternoon for that barn.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Jose Lescano just on for the ride. And the race changed. I don't think they were ever going to beat, after this margin, we're ever going to beat the 7. But the 7, That's the Fact Jack out of the gate, just took a right-hand turn. Yeah. We were talking about the 11 having the extension blinker. Well, the 7 completely. And the crazy part is he was right outside, inside the 1, and he didn't make any contact. I wonder if he buckled or not. We'll get you the head on here in a little bit, but it was a very strange beginning for the 7, and the race was over when you're able to get 47 and change with a horse that's just cruising.
Cruising, you could see, just so relaxed. So the 1, Golden Degree, your winner, is on the outside. It's the 7, the horse in the middle there, the pink colors, that's going to take a right turn at the break. Does end up bumping your favorite, but Jose Lescano kind of takes a quick peek behind him for the 11, the first-time starter, Sisney, and he's just intent, Paul, on getting out to the lead, and once he was able to secure that was the key. And there is an inquiry, as I would assume, as to the start.
Chris just announced that our track announcer here, Chris Griffin, just announced there is an inquiry at the start. And, it's more of the 7 coming out. I can understand the 1 coming in. But, listen, at the end of the day, did the 11 really break right on the bubble? You got to see it again from the pan shot. But, it's so hard. I mean, you got a 1,000-pound animal just took a right turn on Romero Mirage. I mean, this is almost impossible. The 11 just got squeezed at the break, and it's more the 7's fault. You could see, that Jose did look back to make sure that, the rider of the 11, Jose Gomez, was okay. But,
so
actually the 11 kind of came out a tiny bit, too, out of the gate.
She broke a little slowly, the 11, Sisney, but then she was really squeezed back significantly by the veering of the number 7, That's the Fact Jack. Now, I would guess that the 1, Golden Degree, is clear in this situation because she was the one that was impeded really at the start. And as you said, you could see Jose Lescano looking behind him, making sure that he wasn't going to be running into anyone. And he broke slowly, it seemed, broke straight from his lane, while Jose Gomez and Sisney a little bit slowly. And sometimes when you break slow, especially as a first-time starter, it invites you into trouble. When you break slowly, it almost allows you to get caught because you don't have that forward momentum right there to be able to go forward at that critical juncture.
Yeah, and you could tell, I mean, the bump caused the 11 to go right outside of the 1. Pretty crazy, almost like a Formula 1 race.
Yeah, a little bit.
And they already got the 1 in the winner's circle, so I would think the 1 is going to stay up here. I think they're just looking, because see, here's the thing, the 5 passed the 7 for second. So are they going to look just to move the 7 behind the 11? I think that's the only thing they're looking at here, to be honest with you. So if you have a 1-5 exacta and you singled your 1 and your pick 4s and your pick 5s, I think you're home.
Should be okay in that situation. So the 1 golden degree, the winner, not affected by what was going on with that inquiry in race number 5. Bring you prices when we come back. We'll also talk a little bit more Preakness. This trainer, Chad Brown, looks for his 3rd Preakness victory. Lightly raced Tuscan Gold, opting to go to the Preakness instead of the Peter Pan, and we'll see if that decision pays off.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:50 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Golden degree into the winner's circle. 3rd win in a row on this card for trainer Linda Rice, and no change to the order of finish after that inquiry, Paul. 157 4 to 5 shot wins. I think a 4 to 5 shot should.
That was an all-1 pick 4.
Wow.
1. $49.50. Golden Degree is a filly by Golden Sense, the same sire of Mr. Mystic Dan.
That's right.
Yes.
How about that?
Yeah.
Sire of a Derby winner.
No, crazy.
Which is wild, too, because he was such a good miler.
It just shows you those milers
exactly.
make great stallions.
Exactly.
Practical joke, good magic, you know what I mean?
Perfect example. On to race number 6, Maiden Special Weight. We're going 6 furlongs here, and this is a pretty interesting race coming up, as right now the first-time starter Donegal Momentum 7 to 5, a horse that has been working very sharply in the mornings and taking a lot of attention now, and taking attention at the windows too.
Well, whenever you see 45 and change in the morning, you kind of pay attention. This is a colt by Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo's usually like Sloppy Racetrack, and they paid $375,000 for this son, Uncle Mo, who was a very, very good, precocious 2-year-old too. So he's, thrown out some very, very good runners. This horse, like I said, has got some very quick works for a barn in Mr. Morley. That doesn't really work him that fast in the morning.
Yeah, you'd be excited to see what he can do on the track for his debut. But first, back over to the Preakness Stakes coming up this Saturday. We touched on it a little bit earlier about trainer Dwayne Lucas, who is a trainer that certainly knows how to win the Preakness. I was surprised looking at this, Paulie, that his last Preakness win was 11 years ago with Oxbow, which is crazy. But I know Wayne loves coming to the Preakness. He loves the experience of being there, and he's running 2-2 with big shots.
Yeah, listen, he's not afraid of any kind of competition.
Yep.
But yeah, Oxbow seems like it's yesterday. Wow, we're getting old. But you know what? Seize the Gray is a horse that has gotten, I think, better and better with each start. You know, his race at Oaklawn was very good. He went into the Jeff Ruby Stakes. I thought he ran a decent third. Now, there was a lot of confusion at the end of the race. They were mixed up. He went to the Bluegrass. He did not have a good beginning. Then he came back to the Pat Day Mile, and I love this win. He sort of grinded away. Nash was heavily favored that day. He grinded in between horses with Jamie Torres, and this is the kind of horse that I think Wayne always thought he was going to be a horse that wanted to go the distance. I think that's why he stretched him out in the Jeff Ruby. Now he gets that mile in 3/16.
And that will be the question coming off that mile victory in the Pat Day Mile last time out. He ran a huge effort that day, but we'll see what he can do stretching back out and hopefully getting a good break to use that tactical speed to his advantage. Wayne's other entrant, though, and Just Steel, he's not missed any dance, Paul. He has always been right there. And is there a better shot than Wayne on the pony in the mornings?
No, there is not. There is not. He still gets on his ponies in the morning. And, you know, I think of all the horses that can stand the rigors of this, you know, we talk about what's going on in the NBA with the New York Knicks, how they're playing all these guys all these minutes and they're still succeeding. Just Steel's about a 1,300-pound animal.
Yeah.
So if anybody can take it, this big old tank can. And, you know, he's kind of horse that runs his races in and out. And right now is his race to run, and he's tactically could be dangerous in this field.
Trainer Chad Brown could be standing in their way, though, with the lightly raced Tuscan Gold, kind of the opposite side of the coin of the two more experienced Wayne Lucas runners. And this is Chad's recent Preakness results, and finishing second last year with Blazing Sevens. He was right there chasing National Treasure and winning with a couple of lightly raced horses in a similar type of look to a Tuscan Gold, with the likes of Early Voting and Cloud Computing, both skipping the Derby and coming to races like this.
You just can't ignore that at all. I mean, his horses run. They run well there. And Tuscan Gold right now is the hot horse. You know, he was third to Catching Freedom. On Marie, I thought, ran a better than looked Kentucky Derby. Catching Freedom, a lot of people will say, well, he sucked up the rail. Well, he lost the Derby by a length. You know, I know there was some trouble, but he still lost Kentucky Derby by only a length. So he was only a length and 3/4 behind Catching Freedom was Tuscan Gold. And like you said, his third career start. And to be honest with you, one of the last crops of Medaglia d'Oro, they do like. Medaglia d'Oro was a heck of a racehorse, and they do like a wet surface. As you can see on the complete outside, there is Catching Freedom about 8 wide. So, you know, Tuscan Gold was trying to move with him. Catching Freedom just had a little bit more punch than he did late.
And more seasoning at that stage as well. Tuscan Gold was entered in the Peter Pan, scratching to run in the Preakness instead. And there he is arriving at Pimlico. Again, still lightly raced. You would feel like if there's any horse that maybe has some upside, something we haven't seen quite yet, it could be this horse. And as far as the scratch of Moose goes, affecting some of the others, Catching Freedom, unfortunately, could be one of the most affected because he is a deep closer.
Yeah, and Tuscan Gold's not slow. If you look at like his first race, he was up on the pace, and he lost to Sierra Leone in his first start. But his other races, he's just off the pace, so he's not a kind of horse that needs to be pace compromised at all. So I can understand, like, he is the hot horse. Tyler Gaffleone gets aboard for Chad Brown. Obviously was aboard Sierra Leone in the Kentucky Derby, and now he will take on Tuscan Gold. And I think you're going to, now with the scratch of Muth, that 8-1 is going to be around 3 or 4 to 1. And a lot of people will be on Chad's horse, and for good reason. His horses run well there, and you can argue this is one of his better ones compared to Cloud Computing, Early Voting, and Blazing Sevens.
Yeah, I would certainly guess that this horse definitely a step forward of what we saw last year when Blazing Sevens nearly won won the Preakness. So we'll see how it plays out. It'll be a fun handicapping puzzle when we get to Saturday. There is Chad Brown's runner today, though, treating obligation coming up in this 6th race, Belmont at the Big A. Coming back is a new gelding, this son of McLean's Music, who has not run since July. He'll be piloted by Manny Franco, who we saw have a breakout year a couple of years ago, winning the Belmont Stakes and the Travers and a lot of big races for a lot of big barns. He's heating up at just the right time.
Jockey Manny Franco has been no stranger to the winner's circle in his career. Even with over 2,000 wins, including multiple Grade 1s, he continues to stay motivated to be the very best in the game.
I'm hungry, I want to win races, that's what I'm here for.
Family has always been a driving force for Franco. From his first trip to the track, to jockey school, and coming to the United States, Manny's bond with his father has been a key component to his success.
I was about like 14 years old. My dad took me to the track every Sunday in Puerto Rico. Saw those animals running, and I just fall in love with the sport.
Throughout his career, Franco has found support from fellow Puerto Rican riders Arad and Jose Ortiz, as well as Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Coming from Puerto Rico, coming from the same school, you have to be very proud, you know. And although we compete with one another, but you have to be proud to what they've done and to have the talent. There's no doubt that Manny has the talent to be a top rider in the whole country.
It is going to be a photo finish, and I think it was Discreet Lover.
Schering takes the lead. Late move from Dye. Back to third is Sweet Melania. Schering and Manny Franco have won.
And he's gonna do it, Manny Franco, in the Grade 1 Joe Hurst Turf Classic. But it is 'tis the law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes, the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero, Tiz the Law.
With all his accolades, Manny is still missing that one win all jockeys want the most.
Man, I want to win the Kentucky Derby so bad, man. That's the dream for any jockey, the Kentucky Derby.
Well, I think anybody that's followed Manny Franco's career can say with confidence it's not a matter of if, but when he will win the Kentucky Derby. And we really got a chance to see him over the last couple of years take a huge step forward, Paul, and especially with a horse like Tiz the Law, with those big victories putting him in the spotlight.
Yeah, it really elevated his career. As you can see now, after he won that, he's really taken off, and he can ride in so many different ways. I think he's improved immensely on the turf, where he's always been very good, and his finishing too as well. And I think Manny gets caught up in the mix with everybody else here, and he's pretty darn good. And I'm with you. He's going to get on the right horse sooner or later in one of these Derby fields.
Yeah, can't wait to see it for him. He'll be aboard the Chad Brown Runner Treaty Obligation in this upcoming 6th race, but that's a look at the first-time starter, Donegal Momentum, that's taking all that money after those quick morning workouts. For more on this group of maidens, let's check in the paddock with Maggie.
Yeah, we'll begin with number 9, Donegal Momentum here, Acacia. And look, he's a horse that does have those quick workouts, so I understand why Tom Morley is entering him going the 6 furlong sprinting first time out on the dirt. But his pedigree is actually a little bit more distance on the turf, and that's exactly what he looks like, at least physically. Now, a wet sealed track isn't, I think, going to be too much of a problem for him. And when a horse works 45 and change out of the gate, you're supposed to go 6 furlongs first time out, and that's just kind of Tom's building process as well. So, look, he's very fit, more fit than what is typically brought over from Tom's barn. Very classy acting, really presents himself with an air of, kind of assurance, self-assurance. So I like everything about him. I just don't know if this is really what he wants to do, because there are several in here that look like your true out-and-out dirt sprinters, and that is another first-time starter in here in number 9, Diver, for Todd Pletcher. He's by the just ageless sire Speightstown, who still hits with his 3-year-old first-time starters at 18%. I mean, how many crops has he had now? The Dam, she won her first start as a 2-year-old. She didn't do much after that, and she's actually a half to drill. He's very relaxed, very fit in here. I wish there was a little bit more pep in his step. He kind of looks bored, to be honest. I'll watch how he warms out there, but it's Todd Pletcher. You always, I think, have to show some respect to whatever he brings over, and this guy definitely makes good impressions physically. Then there's a horse with experience, and Treaty Obligation, he's one of those horses for Chad Brown that you think they should have broken through. But he has only, to be fair, been the beaten favorite once in his career. But I think he's a poster child for becoming a gelding. He was always heavy. It was always tough to kind of shed that excess conditioning that he seemed to carry. Last time out, he wanted to lug in. And I just think that coming back as a gelding now is going to help him. And a horse that looks as though he's strengthened up a bit behind. And I think, Acacia, as we often talk about, the gelding will allow a horse to get out of the gate just a little bit more cleanly. So look for Treaty Obligation, I think, now to be a bit more forward in his races with the 6 furlongs.
And that could bode well for him. Maggie, thank you. Treaty Obligation, who we haven't seen since last July, Paul. And as she was talking about with the gelding, and I had mentioned to you off screen too, sometimes when they're gelded too, it's not only for, you think of it as behavior issues, but it's also for the way that they move, especially behind. It can free them up a lot, and as Maggie said, help them to get out of the gate a little bit better. And that could really help a horse like this, and see if all of that, those changes can help him break through here.
Yeah, the thing about Treaty Obligation is that he's just been in such a good barn, right, with Chad Brown. And you go back and you look at his races, and they're kind of the same, right? And he put blinkers on this horse last time. Now they're going to try gelding. But I do agree that this horse has never gotten to the front end. And I'm wondering if this horse ever gets his nose in front and goes, oh my gosh, I've gotten there, that he might just keep on going, because he does seem even pace. Now, I don't think he's a great bet at 2-1 because of that, but maybe he can get to the front end of this group.
Plenty of intriguing first-time starters in this field, including this one. Here's Deputy Mischief.
So it's got a good pedigree for Bill Mott, and Jose Lascano looking for another one on the card, 8-1.
Dam was third in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Original Idea went by. There's Arteta, and here is Treaty Obligation going quick in this post-breed.
Yeah, first-time gelding. Looks tremendous on the racetrack. 2-1, whether you want to take it or not.
There is the number 5 first-time starter Diver, who we heard Maggie talk about.
I like this colt a little bit, and Kendrick, usually when he gets employed, the horse should have some speed.
Here's Light the Way, a horse who's shown speed but has had quite a few chances.
Yeah, and that probably will help the first-time starter, the 9. I would think Tom's been working the 9, maybe with a target, but I don't know. This horse, Donegal Momentum, outworked 187 horses in the morning, so maybe he hasn't been using a target, or maybe doesn't need one.
Yeah, pretty impressive for that. And there's another first-time starter, Drunk on Saki.
I don't know if you can get drunk on Saki, to be honest with you. But Ramon Vasquez, got to see Ramon ride full-time at Oaklawn, and then he had told me he was coming to New York. He's gotten off to a slower start. But we'll say this about Ramon. If you are handicapping his horses, he likes to be forward with most of his horses. So if you're looking for a horse with some speed, he'll give you a ride with intention.
Well, we'll see how it does play out with the 37-1 shot on the outside. There's the first-time starter taking all the money, though. Javier Castellano going to be aboard. Maggie touched on the pedigree with this one. The Dam was more turf, the only sibling to race, though not a winner. Ran on the grass as well, and Uncle Mo can get pretty much anything, to be fair. But sometimes horses that maybe do prefer a turf course get over a sealed track well.
Yeah, I just think you could just tell the way he looks on the racetrack. He has got a nice, big, long stride, so I can understand how Maggie was describing this horse might obviously progress on the turf. But, man, he looks tremendous. And if you go all the way back to some of his works, he's got a work on March 16th. That's 47-4. He's tipped his hand along the way many times in here. And so if he can get out of the gate in one piece, he might be a handful in this race.
The number 8, Light the Way, has had 6 chances already, but does have speed. Nearly got the job done last time out of Gelding, who actually has a huge pedigree by Justify and Have to Buy the Moon, multiple Grade 1 winner. Has not really been able to kind of live up to those expectations yet with the family.
This horse was game last time, too. It was, he fought as much as he could. He had everybody coming in from inside. Yeah. Now, the Klarovich horse was going in and out, weaving in and out, and he's trying to battle a little bit.
The winner, very green, yes.
Yeah. What I do like is watch him dig in and battle for second. It was kind of crazy, kind of re-gated when he saw that other horse. Now, I know the rider on the winner kind of pulled up, but I kind of liked how he battled back. And I wonder if, he's never been taken behind horses, but he's so quick out of the gate. And that's why I think it might help the 9, because then the 9 can have a target or see the 8 break, and maybe that will help him break as well.
And usually Romero Mirage pretty aggressive out of the gate as well, using natural speed, getting his horses forward. And his horse is sharp today, not wanting to link back up with the lead pony. He's like, no, I want to go by myself.
Well, Romero's done a good job of really a couple races that he's stolen on the front end and just being just a little bit more aggressive than the other riders.
Horses finishing up their warm-ups. For more, let's go back to Maggie.
And guys, let's take a look at some more first-time starters. Down on the rail is number 1, Deputy Mischief, a son of Into Mischief. Now, he sold for $475,000, which, relatively speaking, when you're dealing with that OBS open sale, which takes place in June, is a lot for that sale. He did work 21 flat. Going back and watching that workout video, he looks big. He looked very big and powerful. He really wasn't asked for much there. So he comes in really fit, really defined. He's spent all winter basically at Payson Park and training up to it. Up to this race there. He's a little bit, as we see Jose Lascano giving him quite a vigorous warm-up, if you will. He's a little bit awkwardly put together, and I don't know where that puts him. Whether he wants a bit more ground than this. The horse that honestly has caught my eye as a first-time starter, that's a huge price, is number 2, Original Idea, another son of Uncle Mo. The Dam was a Louisiana bred stakes winner. She did win her first 2 starts as a 2-year-old. This is her first full. And the Dam, who is half to graded stakes winner Mo Green, obviously by Uncle Mo. So across that has worked. And this guy's just done everything right. Great coat to him. Yeah, he might need a race for fitness, but he's just the long shot Acacia that I thought was quite interesting.
And you could certainly do worse than a Shug McGahee first-time starter. Maggie, thank you. Original idea. Yeah, he's a generous price on the board, but that's the beauty, Paul, of first-time starters. There's a lot of unknowns, and even if they don't necessarily win today, you can watch how they progress and maybe learn something about them for when you see them show up next time.
And this is why we come to the races, right? It's a Thursday at Aqueduct, but you never know. You could be seeing a superstar in the making, and you got some very nice pedigrees in here, some nice price tags on a lot of these colts and geldings in here. And these are young, 3-year-olds, some of them starting their careers, some of them trying to progress that, later on the year and going into their 4-year-old season could be a factor.
We'll see what the future does hold for these runners here. I know both you and Maggie having some interest in that horse, the gray right there, the 5 Diver debuting for Todd Pletcher, is by Speightstown. So you've got plenty of good sprint influence there, but you could definitely see the Tappet influence coming through on the bottom side with the gray coat.
Yeah, Tappet was a tremendous, actually, obviously a tremendous sire, but he always is the type of sire that threw out horses that have a tiny bit of a temperament. But Speightstown's, they usually like the mud, and I'm hoping that Maggie has good things to say about the 5.
Yeah, Maggie, sometimes the gray Tappets, you want to be careful with their demeanor. What are you seeing from this one?
I'm seeing Speightstown despite the color, but I did want to say, I said he was kind of like asleep in the paddock. Kendrick really woke him up. I mean, Kendrick does that, but he really kind of fired him up. He felt a couple taps of the crop. So that's exactly what I wanted to see him do with this horse, and I think it's done the trick.
Good news for that first-time starter, Maggie. Thank you. The Morley Barn, though, with the heavy favorite, still even money on the number 9, Donegal Momentum. We'll see what this one does for that first start after turning a lot of heads in the morning. This is one of the beauties of it, and this is a maiden special weight. Ignore that graphic on the bottom. This one, a maiden special weight for the boys, and could have some good implications moving forward. Chris Griffin standing by for the call.
Treaty Obligation. Is in. One more. Here's the outside runner. Moving in, Drunk on Sake. All set. And they're off. Donegal Momentum's got early speed. Also, there is Arteta and in between horses. Here comes Light the Way. Light the Way will lead the way, is up by 3/4 of a length. Drunk on Sake is 4 wide and now progressing in between them is Donegal Momentum and these 3 across the racetrack. Treaty Obligation. Manny Franco tucked right in behind the leading trio is sitting in 4th. Has a handful there, approaching 4 furlongs left to go. Is right in behind those leaders who went 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Being shoved along towards the inside was Arteta, who did break on top, is back to 5th. It's another 3. Back to Diver. Far back early there is Deputy Mischief with the trailer. Original Idea. 2 up top is Donegal Momentum, is towards the outside of Light the Way, who battles on towards the inside to still a nose in front. It's Light the Way, who hugs the rail. Romero Mirage trying to pick up another one, but Donegal Momentum now straightens up and bursts to the lead. Donegal Momentum at 7-5. Treaty Obligation is trying to get within range, but the leader is just gliding away now inside that final furlong. Donegal Momentum striding away easily is up by 5. Geared down. Donegal Momentum by Uncle Mo will win this one impressively. Treaty Obligation second, Light the Way, and Arteta will hold on for 4th in 1 minute 10.30 seconds.
Donegal Momentum, first-time starter, lives up to the billing, Paul, pulling away from his competition.
Yeah, very professional out of the gate, just like we thought. The 8 took the lead, and just Javier Castellano had a handful, and this is a beautiful colt by Uncle Mo, beautiful stride down the lane, and he was just able to dispatch everybody, and he cruised home in 110.30. As you can see right here, he's just taking control right now, and you can see everybody else. The 8 kind of gives him a little bit of a push there, but then Javi just asked him one time and the race is over. And the 4 looked like he had momentum, but then if you end up looking at it, the 9 ends up creating so much more space to Donegal momentum. And like I said, now you're in just for a hand ride, and 110 and change. This is why you come to the racetrack. This horse finished up in almost sub 12 in a hand ride.
And for a horse that takes that much buzz from the morning, sometimes we call the morning glories. You don't often see it, or you don't always see it translate to the afternoon. So seeing him do that after the heads that he turned in the morning, very impressive from your 7-5 first-time starting favorite. Congratulations to the Morley team. Donegal Momentum getting the victory at 9-4-8-3. Javier Castellano in the saddle, and wondering what'll be next for this guy. Definitely big things in his future.
Yeah, you got to love right at the end of the race, too. He pricked his ears right up saying, do you want me to do anything more? And, you know, Javi kind of stopped on him a little bit and said, hey, buddy, your job is over with. And he still like he wanted to keep on going. Man, his horse could have a very, very bright future.
Bright future indeed, and pretty fun. An exciting debut here, pulling away and winning much the best as the favorite on debut. Prices and more when we come back. We'll also take a little bit of a look at some brotherly love. The Rodriguez brothers, you've seen them around the racetrack. Rudy Rodriguez and Gustavo Rodriguez, both training, both winning.
Son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella has won the Hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have, and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent, and if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Mid-Atlantic made 2-year-olds in training. With a catalog of top juveniles by the nation's top sires, this sale has consistently produced graded stakes winners from around the world and on all surfaces, including Kentucky Derby winner Mage, plus 2024 graded stakes winners Kinza, Linda's Gift, Mendelssohn Bay, and Olivia Darling. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
We're back on America's Day at the races. Thanks for joining us. Acacia Clement, Paula Duca, and Maggie Wolfendale here with you on this Thursday afternoon as we just saw an impressive debut from Donegal Momentum. Had plenty of momentum living up to his name for trainer Tom Morley. The Morley family is in the winner's circle. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, the little boss is here, so Daddy and I are getting bossed around, but Tom, congratulations here with Donegal Momentum, a horse that you identified when he came into you at the fairgrounds that there could be some talent there.
Yeah, first thing I want to say thank you to John Atfield, who my assistant, who's not very well at the moment, and he had this horse down at the fairgrounds. So, John, this one was for you, mate. And ever since he started doing his fast work, this horse has shown an abundance of talent. And, I was a little dubious about the 6 furlongs today because that's not what he's bred to do at all. But he's just basically had a 6 furlong gate breeze.
He's very classy acting. Is that one of, obviously he's talented, but is that, how much do you weigh that against physical ability, the mind as well?
Oh, it's hugely important. He was standing on the backside in his ice boots, sound asleep, this horse. He, and very often first time out, they are very relaxed because they don't know what's going to happen. But around the barn, he's got a ton of class, this horse. He could be a good one.
So next 10 furlongs on the turf?
According to you, yeah.
I joke, but massive congratulations. And is it now time to play daddy?
Yeah, we're off for daddy pizza and pajama night at Pre-K now.
Hopefully she gets a nap in, Acacia, because this poor girl's been hanging with me and now she's tired. But massive performance first time out by Donegal Momentum.
Willow is obviously the good luck charm. Congratulations, Morley family of Donegal Momentum with the victory at First Asking. And I had a nice little visit in my office from Willow today, which was a lot of fun. And she's been Maggie's little assistant for the day.
She's a good luck charm, too.
Yeah.
She's absolutely gorgeous. But Donegal Momentum, congratulations. This is a colt that could be something special. I'm happy for Maggie and Tom.
We'll see what the future holds for Donegal Momentum moving forward. Taking a look at race number 7 coming up next. This one off the turf, non-winners of 2 in life for the fillies and mares. And as we mentioned before the break, it's always a pleasure to have the opportunity to see the Rodriguez brothers in action, as we'll see Rudy represented by a couple in here. And while they may be competitors on the racetrack, Rudy Rodriguez and Gustavo Rodriguez are family first and foremost, and always looking out for each other.
Trainers Rudy and Gustavo Rodriguez come from a family of 10 brothers, 5 of which have worked in the thoroughbred industry. But training wasn't their first job.
I was a jockey for almost close to 17 years.
And here's the wire, and Frost Giant, a huge upset.
I broke a lot of bones. So that was easy for me to change, I guess. You know, when you're riding big horses and falling down a lot and being in the hospital a lot, you know, it's tough.
I had 2 jobs. I was working for Rick Dotro as an exercise rider, and I used to park cars, for Naira.
Over here in the back, it was in the preferred parking.
Yeah, over here. I did it for like a few years,
So
maybe more than 10
this
years.
little spot is still close.
Yeah.
Parking cars aside, the brothers decided to work together. Rudy would get his trainer's license, and Gustavo would come work for him. But that took some encouragement.
He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of like was pushing him, to do it, because he knew a lot of owners, and I thought maybe through him we wanted to do our own thing, but he didn't really want to do it. And I was.
I want to keep falling out on the horses still. I want to keep riding.
And little by little, he made it.
Vijack to win the Kelso Handicap.
Dad's Caps has won the Carter.
Condo Commando was splash-tastic.
Everything seemed to be going well. Well, most of the time.
Was okay. Couple of days, like everything else, some days good, some days bad, but
no,
we keep moving along.
For most of the time good, we used to argue and this and that. 2 minutes go by, we everything good.
This continued until a partnership with Andrew Gurdon developed with Gustavo, and he decided to go out on his own. That would pit brother against brother on the track.
My wife, she don't like it when when we run against him. She don't like it. No, because Rudy beat us a lot. Right now, if I need anything, I ask him, and he's there for us. And if he needs something, I'm there for him.
We try to put it together,
Even we fight sometimes, but we right there.
You gotta fight sometimes to make it work, no?
Well, brothers will be brothers, but through it all, there is still a lot of respect between them.
He's very unique, and it's tough to be like him. He's more laid back.
Rudy's like
I just go with the flow.
He don't stop. He don't stop. Rudy, he just keep going.
Yeah, I'm good. I gotta go take a shower and come back.
They're always laughing. They're always a lot of entertainment. The Rodriguez brothers, and you love getting a chance to hear those stories. So they're making fun of each other, a typical kind of a brother attitude. And there's Rudy in the paddock, and he's cracking himself up as usual.
If you ever want to smile at the racetrack, just go talk to Rudy Rodriguez. He'll have something funny to say to you. He's always joking around. He's just always got a smile on his face. His son, too, as well.
Yeah.
I joke around to him all the time. I said, your son's way better looking than you. And he goes, I know it already. So, yeah, they are a fun family to hang around. They really are.
Rudy didn't have any of the AirPods in today. Usually he's always got one AirPod in. Maybe he lost it again.
Yeah, maybe that AirPod, like, maybe Dutro was paying for his AirPods, and now, Dutro's back training, and he can't have them anymore. I don't know what's going on.
There's Rudy. Well, there he was. He was there, I promise, standing in that general vicinity. Coming up next, you will have a couple of runners in this upcoming race, including Call Her Bluff, a main track only drawing in to this off-the-turf race in race number 7. When we come back, we'll talk about stakes action this weekend in the Vagrancy. Grade 1 winner Leave No Trace is back in to stakes action and see if she can get back to the winner's circle.
Is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Extra 8.5 length the gallery is second. The half and 45 seconds flat. Down toward the inside, Gold Mover is now back running third. Shine Again and Cat K, they're at the top of the stretch. La Gallery took a run at Extra Heat and she couldn't stay with her. Gold Mover's trying to come to her again. Shine Again on the outside third. Extra Heat fully extended here, trying to hold off the resilient Gold Mover. Extra Heat, Gold Mover coming closer to her. It's going to be close. Extra Heat, Gold Mover, Extra Heat does it.
Extra Heat in the 2002 Vagrancy. What a game finish that was.
Yeah, she was a filly. They didn't pay a lot for her, and man, she was a win machine. If you go back to when she ran in the Breeders' Cup Sprint from the 1 hole and had the lead at the top of the lane. I want to say she ran 3rd at like 27-1, and they didn't pay a lot for this filly, and it took a while for her to get into the Hall of Fame, and she deserved every bit of it.
Yeah, she was just hickory as they come. 26 for 35 lifetime, $2.3 million in earnings.
26 for 35, my God.
So durable. There's a look at the field for this year's Vagrancy. We'll take a look at Big Pond, now coming to the East Coast and making her first start with Bill Mott. She comes out of a try in the Grade 1 Madison behind the likes of Alva Star and Vava. Definitely some class relief as far as what she's facing. This is her 2 starts back, or I should say 3 starts back, just beating a nose in the La Brea Grade 1.
Yeah, she was behind, Daddy's Ruby's the one that's going to basically outdo her. Now, she was in front of Clearly Unhinged. You worry a little bit about the Madison because her race is outside of California Bred Company. The one good race was this one in the La Brea, but it was a low number.
Yep.
You know, and you always worry about that. But California Speed usually does pay off. Tim Yachtin, very good conditioner. Now the Bill Mott barn for Mr. Krikorian.
Well, we'll see what she does switching over to the East Coast here, but a horse that we'll see back on the track is the now 5-year-old Begin. We bring Maggie in for this conversation. Maggie, you've gotten to see her here in New York a few times, and wondering what she'll do for this 5-year-old season.
Well, I think she draws very well here, Acacia, and I'm a big fan of Ned Allard's work, as you well may know, as his horses do tend to ship over here to New York, really looking the best that they possibly can. And I think Andy Serling earlier on the show made a great point that she has never won when she's not on the lead. Now, yeah, she's lost when she's had the lead too, but I think drawing outside, it just makes Eric Cancel's job that much easier, as here she is taking the Alma North down at Laurel 2 starts ago. She tried her hand in the Gallant Bloom, and now we haven't seen her since October. So she is one that can run well fresh, which is always a good feather to have in one's cap. And I'm a big fan of her. I like her as a horse when I've seen her, Acacia, and I'm just hoping that Eric Cancel, who we've seen be aggressive with horses who have speed, just fire away from the outside.
One job from the gate. Maggie, thank you. We'll see what Begin does for her 5-year-old debut. Maggie brings up the point about running fresh. I mean, you look at that layoff from December of 2022 into May of last year, and she wins right off the bench with a 92 buyer. So she's shown that she can run well off the layoff.
No, you make a good point. Listen, her 4-year-old debut, she crushed. Now it's going to be her 5-year-old debut, and I think Andy and Maggie both make very good points. When she has the lead at the top of the lane by herself, she will beat this field. There's just nobody in here that's as talented as her, but the issue with her is she's kind of lost that little bit of fight, and maybe at age 5 are these fillies now up and coming a little bit, coming at her, and she is coming off a layoff, but I'm kind of with Maggie. If she's able to clear this field, could be lights out early.
Yeah, you've got a couple more lightly raced ones. Big Pond, a new face to this group, and then Asset Purchase stepping in to Stakes Company for the first time since her try in the Busher last year, where she was second as the heavy favorite. That's the Vagrancy coming up on Saturday. Back to today, horses in the paddock for the 7th race off the turf. For more, let's head back down to Maggie for a paddock report.
Sorry, Rudy and his crew telling jokes over here. I finally got to the bottom of the BAMS t-shirt. Our good friend Robert, he's the one who has the BAMS, and he jokingly said I was a billionaire before, but Rudy made me a millionaire. I move on to their horse in number 7, La Vida Sofia, first time in for a tag. And look, this really does have the dirt credentials to be a major player in here, and she looks better than ever coming in off of that extended layoff. Yes, we haven't seen her in now nearly 10 months, but I think her weight and her conditioning is better. Her coat's very good, and she just looks ready for this comeback performance. I know going away, she did not run particularly well, but I think she's against this field, she's a real legitimate player. As we'll move on to number 5 from Hello. I know she won on the dirt, and it was only her first start, so of course she could just be a better horse now. But I really think she's a turf horse. Now, Bruce Brown has her looking very fit coming back here. She's dappled head to toe, and she's very fit from the lean perspective. You know, there isn't an ounce of extra weight or conditioning on her, which is good. But again, you wonder, does she need to strengthen up just a little bit here? So I just think that Bruce, as we've seen with him throughout this brief turf season, he likes to get a race into his horses to kind of set them up well for when they do actually get on the turf, Acacia.
Could be a good stepping stone race here. Maggie, thank you from Hello, who did win sprinting on the dirt in her debut, but could be a building block races. Even though she won that day, her races have been faster on the turf.
No, they have, but you just don't know. It's very astute by Maggie that the horse did win first time out. I don't really care, especially when you're that young. And the horse got taken up at the start, so the buyer figure might have been a little bit better. So, she actually won very nice on debut over the dirt. Now, this is a muddy racetrack. But you're right. I mean, going around 2 turns, she's done well, and we'll see what happens today.
Let's meet the field, starting things off with a main track only. We'll break all the way to the outside, Karen's Honor.
Yeah, for Jose Jimenez and Eric Cancel. Good third-place finish last time out.
This one has the rail we just talked about from Hello.
Yeah, maybe one of the players in here, a filly by Carpe Diem, and one of the horse that I want to say had his shining moment at Keeneland.
There is next on stage a little bit of a layoff for this filly.
Could this horse be the speed of the speed, maybe?
Does have some early foot and dropping in class after trying tougher. Here's the 7, La Vida Sofia, 1 of 2 for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, this is a 1 for 10 filly that, has done some running on some, dry and muddy racetracks. I think not without a chance at all.
There's Keep It Sexy stepping up.
We're all trying to keep it sexy around here. 1 for 15 lifetime.
Big price on the board. There is the number 12, Baroness Bourbon, and also eligible that draws in.
This is another filly that's maybe not out of it, trying some stakes company, now drops in for 40. She did win for 20.
Yeah, did have to face much tougher in the last couple. There's the other Rudy runner, Joel Rosario, aboard Call Her Bluff.
She got her win finally in her 10th career start last time out with Manny Franco aboard. Now Joel Rosario gets aboard. Now, I like her because they kept her in main special weight for a long time, and I just think that this win last time, she was wide most of the way. She probably could have broke her main a couple other times back. She just had some bad trips. Now, I get it. She draws the 14, but there's, 6 horses in here, and to be honest with you, she doesn't even draw to the complete outside. The 1A does. So I liked actually this grinding win, and I think she can come right back.
And sometimes it really is just as simple as looking to the horses that are entered to run on the dirt. Look what we saw with the Linda Rice horse in the 5th.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, this horse was entered for dirt only. You get Joel Rosario. Now you got Manny before. I get it. She doesn't want to really roll by her competition, but I think she gets a good draw against some horses in here that maybe, that are suspect on the dirt. I do think the 6 and the 7. 7 now at 7-2 is about reasonable. That's where she should be.
The favorite now, this horse, the 6 next on stage, who, as you said, could be the controlling speed. She had a tough start last time out and against so much tougher after breaking her maiden, which we look at here for 40,000.
Yeah, and she's the X factor for me. She really is. Her race for 40 was very good. And she came back and franked that with a pretty good effort, like you saying, not having a good beginning. She's had 2 races on wet surfaces. Now, they kind of called this wet, but her other race was good, too. So ever since she's been in the Horacio de Paz barn, she's done nothing wrong. And I can understand why she's the favorite. I thought the 14 might because of drawing, but, sometimes a lot of people don't want to play winners for the first time against winners. In the 14 just broke her maiden, and the 6 probably is the horse to beat on paper.
See what she can do with that early speed. For more, let's head back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, guys, and she definitely got the right kind of warm-up for a horse that has that early speed. And Manny Franco trying to make sure that she's one that's going to pay attention, unlike last time, as we just watched in that replay, as she just kind of veered out and threw her head up in the air. Overall, I wish she looked a bit better at a short price. in the paddock, she certainly underwhelmed me. But watching her warm up over this surface, she has the right kind of action to be successful over this wet, sealed going that we have today. As we'll move on to a long shot, and that's number 9. Keep it sexy. She broke her maiden going a mile 3 back on the main track. I've always thought she is a little bit more of a turf horse, as she is getting back to it or was trying to get back to it for the first time in a long time. But I've never seen her weight, coat, anything look as good as what it does today. And I don't know if that's necessarily going to have any bearing on her performance, but at least you know she can, at the very least, stand up on a dirt track. And maybe getting back out to this distance proves successful, or at least successful in the fact of getting a piece of it, Acacia, today.
See what she does at 16-1. Maggie, thank you, has been knocking on the door. And yes, it is a breezy day.
So you're saying that keeping sexy is looking sexy?
She is looking sexy today, apparently. She's living up to her name.
16-1.
Yeah.
17-1. You gotta love all that.
For sure. I mean, look, she's been knocking on the door. It's been against lesser recently, but you know, how much can you really put into the level of competition when you're off the turf? And you have some horses in here that are more turf horses and maybe a little bit suspect at this level anyway.
Yeah, a lot of these races are grab bags, right? I mean, who's going to really love this wet surface? We talk about this all the time at America's Day at the races. Not every surface is the same when it comes to a wet surface. You know, some are dry and they get denotated as good. Some are sloppy like we've had today. So you just really don't know. As you can see, Maggie goes with a 7. And I go with the 14. I thought the race was 6, 7, and 14, to be honest.
Both going for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah. Hopefully we can see that big smile. And he's popping jokes somewhere.
It's the feature angle, too. Usually when we play a feature, the subject of that feature gets into the winner's circle. So we'll see what happens. There is La Vida Sofia, the one that is taking a drop in class for Rudy Rodriguez. And she broke her maiden in an off-the-turf race, and that's been her lone win. But on the main track last year during her 3-year-old season, she was just facing way better horses, Paul.
Yeah, she was. I mean, she was in the Demoiselle, the Tempton. I know she was a big price in short fields, but she was still facing a lot better. And you look at the race 2 back at Laurel. If she runs that race over a sloppy racetrack, I don't see many other horses kind of beating her in here, to be honest with you. I went with the other Rudy Rodriguez to 14, but you can go to the 7 and look at it. She's got 3 or 4 races that will win this race.
See if one of the 2 for Rudy Rodriguez can get the job done in this spot. That is the number 12, Baroness Bourbon. She's been kind of ignored on the board because she broke her maiden for $20,000, yes, and then they went right into the deep end, that New York bred one other than allowance race where she finished well. She was 2nd, and then into New York bred Stakes Company where she was just way in over her head.
Yeah, when she broke her maiden, her next start out, James Begg, the trainer, put her in an optional claimer, a nice race, and she ran absolutely giant. And then in her next start, she didn't break well. Now, it says lost footing at start. I try to look at it. It's like she kind of wasn't prepared. Then she's drawn the 1 hole the last 2 starts and maybe been compromised, not wanting to be inside. So you might be getting a little bit of value. Now, she's got the 14 and the 1A on the outside of her, so she kind of draws in the middle of this, but maybe getting out of that 1 hole will help her a little bit. I thought she was kind of the other price play in here besides the 6, 7, and the 14. The 5 to me at 5-1 from Hello, Bruce Brown's horse, you kind of guessing, right, is this horse going to get back to that race where she won first time out? And she's off a layoff too, and Bruce does a good job, but I just think that she might be on the outside. I might be wrong.
We'll see what she does, if she can run back to that debut effort. 2-1 favorite now on the number 14, Call Her Bluff. Joel Rosario going to be aboard this one, who just broke her maiden last time out for Rudy Rodriguez. And yeah, there always are some question marks in these off-the-turf races as to who is going to be able to handle the surface. And then you also have, as we even saw in a compact field in the 5th race, there can sometimes be trips as well. And sometimes the horse that is just forward, not having to deal with the kickback, is a huge benefit.
100%. We've seen him, I think, multiple times today. If you got the lead at the top of the lane, it's been tough to go by. Now, we've seen one horse go by. There was a little bit of a speed duel, but you're seeing a lot of horses with from their head all the way down their neck. Jockeys too as well, just completely full of mud if you get copy on the 8 ball. So it's definitely always a good day to be forward, especially on rainy days.
And there's a good look as they load into the gate. All those goggles that they have in preparation for the wet track today, as Richie Migliori always gives the goggle demonstration of how the jockeys go through them throughout the running of the race. Loading in for race 7 off the turf here, mile on the main track. Chris Griffin has the call.
Call Her Bluff. Last to load, Karen's Honor to the outside. Karen's Honor hesitates briefly, goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Keep It Sexy, and Keep It Sexy towards the front, but here comes Next on Stage, and Next on Stage is the new leader. Next on Stage is in front with La Vita Sofia towards the outside, stalking its moderate pressure early. Keep It Sexy is now going to be 3 wide as they get set to hook up with the backstretch. On the far outside, Karen's Honor is traveling there with Call Her Bluff. That's the leading 5. They are now 4 lengths clear from Hello, and the trailer is now Baroness Bourbon. They're chasing towards the inside, Next on Stage. And Manny Franco, they're in front, 24 seconds flat, easy opening quarter mile. Right to the outside is La Vita. Sofia is within a neck of the leader. Trying to keep up there is Keep It Sexy from 3rd. Out wider 4 wide is Karen's Honor. And Eric Cancel, they're progressing and getting over to the rail. Call Her Bluff is being encouraged by Rosario to move forward. Is tucked in towards the inside, saving ground as they went 48 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Baroness Bourbon starts to pick up some momentum from the back end of the field, is second to last. And the trailer from Hello. It's still Next on Stage who's in front. Next on Stage and La Vita Sofia is back for more towards the outside. These two back to within a neck of one another. Baroness Bourbon, red cap, is the one with the momentum from the back of the field. All in right now is Call Her Bluff as Baroness Bourbon's going to ride the rail and trying to catch the leader. Next on Stage is trying to kick away, and Next on Stage is still clear. Baroness Bourbon still making up some ground. La Vita Sofia is trying to battle on, and now Call Her Bluff got towards the grandstand side, got some clear running room, and now here comes a big run from Call Her Bluff. Next on Stage, Call Her Bluff, down towards the inside, Baroness Bourbon, 4 across the racetrack, Call Her Bluff, Baroness Bourbon lunging towards the inside, it's a photo finish. Call Her Bluff to the outside, Baroness Bourbon towards the inside, it's a photo, finishing 3rd. That was Next on Stage with La Vita Sofia in 1 minute 39 and 1.
Photo finish, number 14, Call Her Bluff, getting there in time. Nice call, Paul, but what the effort from the runner-up. Keep your eyes on the 12, Baroness Bourbon, who does get bumped around a bit and squeezed back at the start. She came running late.
She really did, and this is a bad beat too, because you know I'm looking at her right now. Wow, the 14 did get up in the shadow of the wire. But the 12 just ran giant. It was a great ride, actually, by Dylan Davis. Sometimes when you break slow like that, you want to settle. He sucked up. He saw a lot of the speed trying to back up a little bit. And, you know, I don't know if the 14 won this race because everybody else was, she was rolling, where everybody else was kind of just stopping a little bit. And you could see him dive down to the rail. And he just
the 6 was drifting, so he took advantage.
He put an unbelievable ride. We can see now the 14 sees the horses to the inside, and this was kind of the same win she had last time, that gritty little win towards the end, and Joelle kind of looking over at Dylan saying, I got you, which is kind of mean.
A little bit mean, but this is classic Joel Rosario, isn't it? Just that hand ride down to the wire, and he has so much strength when you need it in moments like this.
And it seemed like the 6 and the 7 all the way down the lane were having a conversation.
Yes.
They were like, hey, what's going on? Hey. I mean, they just didn't want to pass each other. The 7 and the 6 were just going at it. You could see that, you know, Manny was going left-handed to get his horse on the outside, and the 6 and 7 were like, oh, here we are. And here comes the 12 and the 14. And like I said, it was a tremendous ride, especially after that bad beginning for Dylan Davis. And it's a shame if you bet the 12. Listen, I understand I had the 14, but that's a bad beat if you had the 12.
And it's 7-1 on the 12, who we talked about is getting ignored at the windows. Baroness Bourbon on that drop in class ran a good effort, just caught in the shadow of the wire by that man there, Joel Rosario, and Call Her Bluff. And the feature angle still alive. We played the Rodriguez brothers feature, and Rudy gets in the winner's circle.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah.
we run the Chasey Palmier one, and that filly just keeps on running second in
I
grade
know.
ones.
It's amazing. We're good luck. That's what we're saying. We're good luck. 14, 12, 6, 7 in race number 7, Belmont at the Big A. When we come back, the Hall of Famer John Velasquez keeps adding to his resume. Already has a win on today's card in the first race of the day. We'll talk a little bit more about his story after this.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 25, 550. Mitchell, 550,000. And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you. 450. 75. 475,000.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Wet Pink surging to win the Coaching Club American Oaks.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Call her bluff. Well, she gets the number 12, Baroness Bourbon, right at the wire. She's not even in the picture yet, Paul. The outside and the blue blinkers. Gonna get her right in the shadow of the wire.
It just always amazes me how unbelievable these jockeys are. Like Joel just looked to his left and kind of knew he had it. It's like, how do you know when it's that close? But when you ride that many races and you're that talented, you kind of know. 12, 14, 6 here. 12 a little unlucky, but call her bluff. Yep. 2 in a row now. Something like the light bulbs kind of went on.
That's it. And Rudy Rodriguez in the winner's circle. He's standing by with Maggie, cracking jokes, I'm sure.
I mean, you didn't even have to tell him, Acacia. It's always a given. Like, he's going to say something funny, at least funny enough to him. Let's talk a little bit about Call Your Bluff. She's one of 3 that you did have entered in here. It's always good to have a saver in these MTO races when you look at the weather forecast.
You know, I almost scratched it because the last time I ran him in the Slappy track, she ran horrible. So, but, you know, Michael told me she should like the Slappy track, so we leave him on. I talked to him early this morning, so it's all his fault.
Michael, you can count on Imperio, who's off screen right now.
This and this, you should run him in the slap. So.
You can count on him doing his handicapping homework.
Polemi, he's the best.
Michael, I'm going to start calling you now to help me do my work. No, he is. But talk a little bit about, you know, how much, you obviously have to be a good horseman, but how much of a good weatherman do you have to be when training horses?
I don't know. We just got to put the phone on. Right now, no weather. We just got to listen to the phone and see if he's right or wrong.
How many apps do you have for weather?
I only got one.
Really?
That's it.
I'm disappointed in you.
I'm lucky I have one. Probably Rudy put it on.
Do you even know how to work that iPhone?
I don't know. I don't work it. I just open it.
Well, Rudy, great day. Obviously, having multiple winners here. Talk a little bit about what you get to do to celebrate.
I hope Ben paid dinner tonight.
That's Robert, right?
Look, Ben.
Oh, there he is. Wait, can we hold on, come on, Chelsea. This is Pam. This is okay. Here, this is who we've been talking to off screen. But I want to know, does he get a royalty fee for wearing that T-shirt on the future?
Absolutely, got the biggest royalty.
Let's
Between
Robin fixes our cars for free.
Can I get mine fixed for free?
Absolutely, no problem.
That 13-year-old car. Well, I mean, I think Robert's definitely gotten enough business from Rudy in that feature. And also, you're welcome. We played the feature before this race, so it gave you a winner.
Good. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate that. Anybody wants to come to a dinner, pay.
And we're not going somewhere cheap. You know it, Acacia.
Well, I know what my dinner plans are tonight now. Great to see, and such a great, obviously fun group of people talking with Maggie there, the Imperios, Robert. There's the photo with Call Her Bluff getting the win. And we learned something else about Rudy Rodriguez, even though he always has the AirPods in, that he doesn't actually know how to use an iPhone. So they're all for show.
Rudy. He's one of a kind. He truly is,
yes, he is
one of a kind. And by the way, I have to admit, Joel Rosario, oh my God, he rode that filly for the whole race. A lot of credit to him. She was not really
strong.
liking the kickback, and then when he got back inside and outside, he won the race. But this little information from Michael and Rudy that Acacia and I already made reservations there, so you're buying our dinner too as well.
That's perfect. We're all set to go.
Yeah.
And I will say, now that you have the kind of like the Apple weather app, my husband was really upset because he had that dark sky app. I think that's what it was called. It was like so accurate,
Really?
and Apple Weather bought it, so they like condensed all the weather apps. So a lot of trainers just go into the one weather app nowadays.
I don't know.
You gotta be a good weatherman when looking at the main track only.
You gotta understand, I was 5 months in Oakland, so there's no such thing as a weatherman in Oakland.
It's just always
in Hot
raining.
Springs. It's just always raining, yeah.
Yes. I'm glad you survived. We've effectively dried out Paul, but of course now it's been raining at Monmouth, so we've got to get this man some sunshine. Taking a look at race 8.
I feel like Linus.
Taking a look at race 8 coming up next. Maiden claiming here Belmont at the Big A. New York breds going 6 furlongs as we'll get a chance to, as mentioned before the break, learn a little bit more about Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez, who completed his own personal Triple Crown last year when winning the Preakness with National Treasure. He's won some of the biggest races in the world and in the country here, riding at a high level for such a long time. But more importantly, he's always been somebody that gives back to the sport and is a great role model for younger riders. John Velasquez is in the Hall of Fame and has captured 2 editions of the Belmont Stakes. He has 2 Eclipse Awards as champion jockey, has earned more money than any of his colleagues, and has won 3 Kentucky Derbies. However, his legacy continues to grow, not for what he accomplishes on the track, but for his actions when off the track. Honored as the 2009 George Wolfe Memorial winner by his peers, Velasquez never fails to lend a helping hand, words of wisdom, financial support, or a smile to anyone he encounters.
John Velasquez is a role model for our industry, horse racing. It's not only himself. He always tries to share for somebody else.
He's the person we look up to when I was in the jockey school. But when I get here, I get to know him. He played a big role for my career. He teach me a lot on the track, but he teach me a lot off the track.
Everybody knows how good he is in the track, doing his job. He's a great jockey. He wins all kind of races. But besides of being a jockey, he's a great person.
Velasquez, who is second in Breeders' Cup victories with 18, also tirelessly promotes safety for jockeys. He has been the chairman of the Jockeys Guild since 2006 and has been on the board of directors for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund since its inception that same year.
He not only himself, he always look out for somebody else, safety first, and always looking for making progress, helping the industry, helping horse racing.
He's hard on me about the way I was riding, a little too aggressive, so he started telling me, try to don't do that because you're gonna lose more in the long way. So he tried to teach me good things. So thanks him.
I think, you know, he's going to have multiple legacies. One of them is going down as one of the greatest riders of all time, but also someone who gave a lot back to the game, you know, and especially with the Jockey's Guild, contributes so much to his fellow riders.
The first jockey to win more than 2,000 races at Belmont Park, Velasquez continues to ride high. His impact on the industry, however, transcends his performance in the saddle and will do so for decades to come.
Well, it's a lot of sacrifices and a lot of discipline, you know, to stay, you know, year after year after year. First of all, you have to be healthy and be blessed, you know, to be here, though, you know. And also, I'm being blessed with the people that I work with and the people who give me opportunity to stay here, to still here. So I think that's all it takes.
Jockey John Velasquez, here are some of his big victories. Inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2012. Champion jockey in 2004 and 2005. He's won plenty of Triple Crown races, including finally getting that elusive Preakness last year.
Yeah, what a career Johnny's had. And like everybody was saying in that feature, it's just an unbelievable person on and off. And I think a lot of people, even the younger riders now, looked up to Johnny V, and I think they still do. I mean, he's a frame of reference, you know what I mean? Like, when you go into a clubhouse, a major league clubhouse, or any kind of professional clubhouse, you're looking for that one leader to answer some questions, just silly questions sometimes. Just, hey, how do I get home? Hey, what's a good place to eat? Just little comforting questions like that. And I think Johnny's been that calming force for a lot of guys in the room, and you're competing against him too as well.
And in addition to the work that he does with the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, as you said, just being somebody that a lot of the younger riders really turn to and look to emulate as well. And he will have a big chance in the Black Eyed Susan Preakness weekend coming up on Friday with Gunsong, who's 9-2 on the morning line, a filly who has plenty of early speed for Mark Hennig, coming out of a 4th place finish in the Gulfstream Oaks, and she won impressively 2 back.
Yeah, she really did. She smashed him 2 back, and you know, that field was not that great of a field, but, you know, she showed her talent. Now, she came back in Gulfstream Park Oaks, and she was 5.5 to 1. She didn't run awful that day, and I think she'll run a little bit better race. Now, she is a filly by Gunrunner, and, you know, you don't expect any rain there really tomorrow. It might come Saturday, but it has been raining. But she looks like she's going in the right direction, and I wouldn't see her without a chance. And it seems like, you know, that's the one thing about Johnny. He really strengthened his career resume when he started to get on Bob's horses and went out to California and ventured a little bit. I think a lot of the jockeys that were out here in New York, you know, it was a big move for him to go out there and ride some of those California horses, besides Flavian Pratt, who was doing both of them as well. But Johnny, you know, got on a lot of Bob Baffert horses, National Treasure to be one of them, and he kept on going out there and was able to keep his connections kind of here, you know what I mean? And I think the ultimate part about that too is he's not getting on as many Todd Pletcher's horses as he used to. So he's got to supplement here and there because the young boys are coming up. At the end of the day, it's just like anything else. Age it happens.
When it came to the Breeders' Cup last year, though, he was on the right one with
100%.
fierceness for Todd Pletcher, but will be aboard the Mark Hennig filly Gunsong in the Black Eyed Susan, a filly who, as you mentioned, seems to be trending in the right direction, and he's been aboard for her last 3 starts. The nightcap coming up from New York Breds in the spotlight. Belmont at the Big A. There is Stormin Heist, the current 2-1 favorite. More on her and the rest of the field after this.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
I think I was just wired for horses somehow, and nobody really knows about how people are wired for something. When I was very, very young, whenever somebody said beauty or beautiful, in my mind, I would see a horse running across a field into meadows. I had this passion. And I thought, all this knowledge, all this love of horses, I can't let it go. What can I do with it? And I thought, you know what? I'll breed. Because I bred 5 wonderful children, so maybe I can breed 1 horse. And I didn't know anything about bloodlines or anything, but I started finding out. I have a little business going, and I have clients. So we had 29 mares and foals. Of that, 5 are mine. Being a New York Breeder of the Year is a tremendous honor. There's some great breeders that I admire tremendously. I'm glad I won it twice, because the first time you'd say, oh, that's a fluke. It was a fluke that she got it. So I said, please God, let me win it again. There is nothing in the world like watching a horse you bred come down the stretch and win a race. There's nothing, because you've been there from the beginning. Everybody should be a breeder. You'll never get this when you buy a horse. Never. It makes me feel like God because I really have created something. Because I picked the mother, I picked the father, and I mean, as close as you can get to creation, that's it. It's a very powerful feeling, and it's a very responsible feeling. Never gets old. Never. I mean, to me, it's a blankety-blank miracle. Every single one, because when it goes all right, it's beautiful.
And Vivian Malloy was awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award at this year's New York Bred Awards ceremony. Linda Rice was New York Bred Trainer of the Year, having won so many New York Bred races. Manny Franco, 3rd year in a row for New York Bred Jockey, and even though he's not bred in New York, but you get the point. Yeah. And Stonewall Farm, the breeder. But Vivian Malloy had such a good time getting to chat with her, Paul. There's so many wonderful breeders here in the state of New York, putting so much into the game, the economy, all of it.
Yeah, 100%. Congratulations to everybody as well. And again, the year of the woman continues. And Mrs. Malloy, thank you for all you've done. And obviously, Linda, all the accolades she's gotten. But yeah, that's a great piece.
Yeah, really, really special to get a chance to see that as well. Vivian Malloy's Edition Farm, which has been a mainstay here in the New York circuit for many years as well. She had a horse, a Shin Forward, who was a New York bred, ran in Japan. She brought him back. He stood here in New York for a little while, covered a couple of mares, and then they ended up retiring him, and he's at Old Friends at Cabin Creek now.
Well, I mean, he's at a good place at Old Friends at Cabin Creek. Whenever you're there, you're getting good taken care of. And I know you're well in the thoroughbred aftercare, and that's one of the better places you can go to in Old Friends.
Absolutely. It's such a wonderful, wonderful care that they do. But as far as those New York breds competing on the open stage, Maggie, we saw the Wine Steward taking on tough competition in the Peter Pan this past weekend, and just another example of a New York bred that can hang.
Exactly, and him being awarded champion 2-year-old at the New York Bred Awards. And Acacia, I think they have a pivotal decision to make for his next start. I was discussing this with Andy Serling last week when he came up just a bit short going back to that Peter Pan. I have consistently questioned how far he really wants to go. So, given the fact that he has that speed, tactical speed, it would make sense to turn him back a bit. But where do they go? Do they go to the 7-furlong Woody Stevens, or do they get a walk in the park and take on New York Bred Company in the 7-furlong Mike Lee the day after the Belmont Stakes? But I do think a turn back is warranted for this horse. He might prove to be a really, really lethal miler. Because he's run so well against open company, as you mentioned. I just don't think he's quite as good at those classic distances.
That'll be the question, and wonder where we will get a chance to see him next. Maggie, thank you. Mike Maker successfully turning back a horse like My Main Squeeze, who won the 8 Bells on Derby weekend.
Yeah, and a horse that, My Main Squeeze, a lot of people didn't realize when she had run at Oaklawn, she was in heat. I mean, and she did not react well. Some don't react as well as others. And then she came out, and she beat that field pretty convincingly too at Churchill Downs. So another New York bred shining, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's no the likes of the Wine Steward or My Main Squeeze in this race, but we have to find a spot for everybody. New York bred maiden claiming, and we'll get a chance to meet the field. Everybody looking for the first win of their career. There's Dramatic Effect cutting back in distance, and here's Teresa.
Yeah, horse that ran pretty well last time out. I think she could run one again, cutting back a little bit more to 6 furlongs.
Teresa 8-1 right now, as we'll get a chance to see if she can build off of that last race. Big price on this number 3, Bobby Dreams.
Yeah, Abno, Boca Chica, for Antonio Arriaga, big long shot.
6:03 off the layoff.
Yeah, this horse gets blinkers on, laces a little bit of everything for John Terranova.
Looking to turn things around in a big way. There's Stormin High second last time out.
It's a filly by Bankice. We see a lot of these in Pennsylvania as well, and usually they have speed, and this filly does have speed.
Till There Was You, first-time starter.
Yeah, first-time starter. That's really bred maybe go a little bit longer, but in this type of race, anything could happen.
Have to stakes winner Timeless Journey. There's the 7 Book of Wisdom cutting back.
Yeah, and a horse that's finally dropping in class. She's had 8 starts in maiden special weight, which is a higher level, New York Stallion Series. Now she's dropping for 30, so I can understand why she's favorite.
Second-time starter Houdini's Bride. She makes some sense.
She did. She does. She did not break well last time out, and she pursued late in the race.
She was the favorite that day, too. And there is Sonia's Flame dropping class.
Yeah, a horse that's putting blinkers on. Now she's run into 2 really good fields as she drops in class. So we'll see how good she is today.
That's the field for the nightcap. Let's go back to Maggie for more horses at the track.
And looking at the favorite, she looks much the horse to beat, and that's Book of Wisdom here. As I often talk about, it's not necessarily who you are as an individual. Sometimes it's just who you're facing. And against this field, Book of Wisdom is finally looking the part as she does turn back in distance, which I think is ideal for her. But here I am. I'm going to try to beat her. And I'm going to take a look at number 8, Houdini's Bride. Now, it's not a great sign. I'm hearing late scratch here of number 1. That is Dramatic Effect, who actually 2 times prior to this, trying to get to the races, was a scratch too. So take out number 1, Dramatic Effect. Upon advice of the attending veterinarians, she will be out. But getting back to number 8, Houdini's Bride, as I was awkwardly trying to listen to Chris Griffin with that announcement, it's not a great sign when you have a stallion fee for $125,000, but yet a horse sells for only $27,000 as a yearling. But on the flip side of that coin, it sometimes is a good sign when they show up and are bet first time out and they run sneaky okay. As Paul pointed out, some greenness, kind of, mildly picking up the pieces late in the game. So as we like to say, when there's smoke, hopefully there's fire. And I'm going to land on Houdini's Bride, as she just looks best of any of these horses in here. Big, muscular girl. And I tend to like those types. We'll see how she deals, though, with the wet track. Now, one that I think should like the wet track is one that's going to have to do a lot more running than what she has. She didn't like it first time out, but I'm hoping that was just debut problems. That's number 4, 603. She looks great coming back here for trainer John Terranova. She's a massive price of 25-1 as Romero Mirage looks for another win on the card. She now gets LASIK. She gets blinkers on. She looks like a filly that should be quick. She definitely was not quick in her first 2 starts, so hopefully she doesn't get any slower, but I think she shows a little bit more speed. She's sharp coming in here too. I think she's a little intriguing at a massive price. And then the first-time starter isn't really taking much money. I always feel like in these races we kind of at least need to look at the first-time starters because the ones who have run kind of have shown their face already and what they're capable of. Till There Was You, yes, half to Timeless Journey, who is better going longer and on the turf, but the Dam, she was a multiple New York bred stakes winner, and she won her first 3 starts, I believe, including 2 New York bred stakes as a 2-year-old. So there's a bit of precocity in the pedigree. She's really laid back, though. She didn't show much intention like she was that sharp first time out here for Ray Handel. She's well conditioned heading into this effort. Well turned out. I still kind of want to take the wait and see approach. And Acacia, for these connections, I would have thought she would take a little bit more money too.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise that she's 17-1. Maggie, thank you. And sometimes with first-time starters, especially in races like this, as Maggie pointed out, usually a bit of a question to wait and see, give you a little trepidation if they're not taking any attention.
Yeah, you're right, because this race does look like a first-time starter can win the race, right?
Yeah.
And I'm in agreement with Maggie that like you could take a shot at 17-1 on a horse like this. I mean, it's just hard to take. You know, Maggie admitted, you know, the 7 is the horse that beat and looks the best on the racetrack. I'm taking a little bit of shot of the 2. Don't love now that she's got the rail, but the 7 she's the filly to beat here.
There is the number 8, Houdini's Bride, giving the starting gate crew just a little bit of trouble. She goes in again. Oh, there's the 9, Sonia's Flame. If I remember correctly, she is one that typically is very bad about the starting gate. So she is getting blinkers on for the first time, loads without rider Lane Leslie, and she goes in. Nightcap coming up, Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin has the call.
Lane Leslie climbing aboard. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Storm and Heiss in between horses and the purple cap. Here comes the run from Houdini's Bride. Far outside is Sonia's Flame, trying to be in the early mix as well. Till There Was You. Katie Davis in between horses. They're in 4th. At the rail, Teresa is trying to hold that rail position and will. The gray progressing at the rail is now a challenging 4th. It's another 2.5. Back to Baby Dreams. The 2 at the back, 6:03, and shoved along Book of Wisdom at the back end of the field. 23.33 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Storm and Heist, and Manny Franco in front is up by 3/4 of a length. Houdini's Bride is in pursuit, is now cutting into that margin. Teresa's under a drive here at the rail from 3rd. Re-engaging to the outside as Till There Was You has got some clear running space, and tightly at the rail saving ground, Baby Dreams and Boca Chica moving through as Storm and Heist has got the lead at the top of the stretch. Rail run there for Baby Dreams towards the inside. Houdini's Bride as they're ready to pounce on this leader, and Houdini's Bride in an instant has taken the lead. Book of Wisdom from far out of it. Here comes the favorite. Till There Was You is still in the fight as well. Houdini's Bride, Teresa is re-engaging. Needed to get towards the outside. Till There Was You and Katie Davis ready to challenge. Houdini's Bride comes right back towards the inside. Nose to nose here in the finale. It's going to be a photo finish. Till There Was You to the outside. Houdini's Bride finishing 3rd. Came Till There was Book of Wisdom there for 3rd. Teresa and Storm and Heist.
Finish in the nightcap. Mackie's top pick, Houdini's Bride right there, but first time starter Till There Was You running a huge race. Paul, you're the photo finish expert. Who got the bob here?
I think the 6 did. And this is a great call by Maggie. She basically gave you the exacta. I mean, the 2 had a weird race. Colors kind of re-rallied, but it looked like right here the 8 is home. The 7's on the wrong lead. Now the 6 and the 8 are going to go down to the wire, and these are the 2 horses. You know, Maggie picked the 8. She liked the 6, and, you know, when I was watching it in fast motion, it looked like the 6 got the bobs to me over the favorite in here. Well, it actually wasn't your favorite, 7-2, but you're either 17-1 or 7-2. 8, yeah, the 6 gets the bob. I never lose.
You are amazing.
Wow.
17-1 on the 6. Till There Was You. So much for watching the board and how the first-time starter takes attention. Till There Was You, Katie Davis, she actually gets bobbled around a bit at the start as well. And I had remarked to you, I said, wow, she didn't show any speed. But now seeing the head-on makes sense as to why she was kind of off of it. And Katie had to work hard to get her into contention, which was a smart move to make sure that this first serve was not too far back.
No, it's a great move because sometimes you want to settle, but with a first-time starter, you don't want to have the kickback that you're going to get, right? And if you look at the 6, look deep in the lane, she's kind of dry. If you look at it, Katie was able to keep her out of the slop a little bit, was able to chase down Houdini's Bride here. Just a great call here by Maggie. And Katie Davis gets the job done. They didn't come home great, but 17-1, you'll take that all day long.
That's right, Katie Davis. There she is with the victory here, 17-1. Till There Was You, first-time starter, gets the job done, 6-8-7-2. There's that tight photo finish. Paula Duca is undefeated calling photos. Till there's you and Katie Davis with the victory. She picks up another one. As far as my past performances go, now 4 for 8 at the meet. Prices and more when we come back.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Thanks for sticking with us here on this Thursday afternoon as we saw a thriller. Maybe it was just a New York bred maiden claiming race in the nightcap, but it was exciting. And this one, first time starter at 17-1 with Katie Davis getting the victory. Katie, standing by with Maggie.
Here with Katie Davis, Acacia, as you pointed out, on fire for the spring summer meet at Belmont at the Big A. I always got to, think about that. But riding really well in the zone, Katie. And you know what I've watched with you is you're not afraid to go up on the inside. It feels like anywhere your horse is comfortable, you're riding him.
Yeah, so, you learn to just be a passenger and kind of let them tell you and you read them. And if you really listen, they tell you what they want. She was a little green boxed in, but I found a clear path and kept the dirt on her chest. When I got up in there, I saw a clear path. I jumped heels and just waited a little longer because I knew Kendrick was the horse to follow on that end at that point. So it was a nice ride. It was a lot of fun.
Talk a little bit about what you meant when you just said, I had to kind of jump heels. There's a certain distance where it's safe to do so. And it's almost when you're closer than when you're further away. It's like that weird distance.
So horses, they run in packs, normal. So, if you're kind of letting them be, they will jump. But in racing, you want to gather your reins and keep them together, and you don't want to be too close. But when you see the hoofs go back, you see them go forward. So that's when you pick them up and not throw them, but like you learn. You look down and you just learn. You lift them over and softly. So, at that point, that's exactly what I did. And her ears went up. She's something else. She kind of scares you because she's all ears. So,
Her radar, her antennas.
Yeah, like a reindeer.
That's great. Well, Katie, obviously you're very familiar with her, but you'll also be on Ringy Dingy coming up, going back to Maryland where you kind of got your whole career started. Talk a little bit about riding back on the Maryland circuit on such a big day.
You know what? It's a true blessing to have the support from Danny Gargan and the owner as well. I've ridden her 3 times already, and I know her in the back of my hand, kind of like a daddy knows, So I'm really blessed to go back to Pimlico. I've won a lot of races there, and you know, it's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm going to go early and see some people and enjoy it. So
It's your husband's birthday today.
it is, yeah. Happy birthday, Chad.
Any plans?
Well, his mother's coming tonight, so we're going to have a small thing, just like dinner and a birthday cake. So.
And then you're like, peace out, I'm going to Maryland.
Very true, in the morning. So, yep, that'll be great, you know.
Well, congratulations. What a lovely way to cap it off and hit the road. Best of luck tomorrow.
Oh, thank you so much. Have a good night.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better. Have a good night, Agisha.
I'll be rooting for Katie Davis in the Black Eyed Susan. There's the photo finish with that first-time starter, Till There Was You, getting the bob. But yeah, ringy-dingy in the Black Eyed Susan tomorrow. A big opportunity for Katie, who has just been riding so well. She already won a stake on this filly 2 starts back at Delaware. And like she said, I know her so well at this point, and that's a huge benefit going into these big stakes.
I'm so happy for her. That smile, like, every time she smiles, you just smile. I mean, it's just the most infectious thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, been doing TV, it seems like, for the last 15 years of my life, and I haven't seen anybody, when she smiles, the whole world smiles. Maggie smiles, everybody smiles. And happy birthday to Trevor McCarthy as well. And listen, she's just a breath of fresh air. And she can flat out ride. And, and here's the one thing that, you know, everybody always says the crop is overrated. She hand rides more horses home than a lot of people think. You go back and you watch the end of that race. She hand rode the 6 all the way home and got the bob on the 7. So, you know, sometimes the crop is overrated. And one thing about Katie, she's stronger than you think in the lane.
Very strong. And she did a great job explaining about putting her filly in the right spot and talking about what riders do and the way that they use their reins and use their body weight at those pivotal moments throughout the running of a race. So congratulations, Katie. And as I said, we'll all be rooting for her in the Black Eyed Susan tomorrow at Pimlico Preakness weekend. But plenty of stakes action coming up this weekend. You'll be back at the Jersey Shore for Monmouth's Spruce Fir Handicap on Saturday, Paul, for the New Jersey breds in the spotlight. And Mia's Crusade, she has been winning on turf, dirt, doesn't matter. She has been very consistent recently.
Yeah, she's a really nice New Jersey bred mare for Chuck's Spina. Now, Chuck had a first-time starter on opening day win by many, so he can get a horse ready. And like you said, she's 5 for 12 at Monmouth. She can run on really anything. Now, it looks like there's going to be no rain. Now, it's rained a lot in New Jersey, but there looks like there's going to be no rain on Friday, Saturday, so hopefully that racetrack will clear up. We'll get turf and some dirt races, but she's the one to beat. She's a Jersey bred that's got a $350,000 in her bank, and she's a tough customer.
Yes, she is. She won this Spruce Fir last year over a wet track. Looks like she'll be getting a fast track, as you mentioned, hopefully at least this year. Won the 11 North on a fast track 2 starts back. This will be the first race of her 5-year-old season. Looking forward to seeing her in the spotlight along with all of those New Jersey breds on Saturday at Monmouth. Taking a look at the field for the Preakness Stakes, though, all eyes going on to Baltimore on Saturday, and Mystic Dan, the Kentucky Derby winner, who will now surely be the favorite with the scratch this week of Moose due to spiking a temperature after shipping to Baltimore. And Mystic Dan, a horse, Paul, who has shown that he's not necessarily pace compromised. He can lay a little bit closer if needed.
Yeah, I think there's a couple things if you look at Mystic Dan. I think that his Arkansas Derby got overlooked. He got beat by Muth and he got beat by Just Steel. But if you go look at that race, he had a lot of trouble on the first turn. So he comes back, he wins the Kentucky Derby. He's just got tactical speed and he loves a wet surface. I haven't seen a horse float over a wet surface since Mind That Bird, to be honest with you. Like, it was unbelievable the way he ran up the rail in the Southwest. And he's versatile. He's won from 5.5 furlongs to 1.25 miles. Not many horses can say that.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely has been able to handle a lot of what has been thrown at him. And now the quick turnaround will be a bit of a question. Kenny McPeak, after the Kentucky Derby, said previously, I ran him back off quick rest. It didn't necessarily pan out, talking about from that maiden win into that allowance tried back in November of last year. But he said, I'm going to wait as long as possible to make a decision, which, as he pointed out, every horseman does before entering your horse. You want to make sure that your horse is acting well, eating well, good weight, everything that you want to see in training before going into a big race. And he's shown those signs.
Yeah, he has. I mean, like I said, when I was able to talk to Ray Briner the day after the Kentucky Derby, I had asked, Ray, basically the assistant trainer at Kenny McPeak, how did Torpedo Anna and Mystic Dan come out of the race? And he had said Mystic Dan had not eaten up, and he was tired. And he looked dead tired, but then he bruised up within 3 days. So, Kenny's always been great by the horse. So for him to run this horse, I would think Mystic Dan's going to be ready to run.
You can't blame him for being tired off that effort.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
What a huge game performance in the Kentucky Derby. He will be one step closer, should he win this weekend, to potentially adding his name to the history books. And how exciting would that be if we have a Triple Crown on the line going into Saratoga for the Belmont Stakes this year?
Those gates, when they open, it'd be Usain Bolt people will be running so fast in.
We can't wait for it, but we appreciate you joining us today. We've seen some great performances, a lot of fun, exciting action on the card this afternoon. And Linda Rice, what an afternoon for her. That was Mama's Gotta Run, winning the third race, and what an impressive debut today for Maiden. Donegal Momentum winning at First Asking. We'll see you tomorrow. Our show starts at 1 p.m. Good night, everyone. Thanks for joining us in America.